All right. Good morning, everybody. Today's date is June 26th, 2024. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority being conducted in our New York City office with video conferencing available in our Albany and Buffalo offices. This meeting is also being live streamed on the Authority's YouTube channel, where you can also find the recordings of our past meetings. Present today are Chair Lily Fan and Commissioner Edgar De Leon. Staff in attendance, General Counsel Shannon Kearney-Sarfo, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Maureen Hughes, and myself, Secretary Roper. Next regular meeting dates are July 18th, which is a Thursday, August 7th, and August 29th, which is also a Thursday. While in the meeting rooms, please silence your mobile phones and take any phone calls or conversations outside. And then when you approach the microphone, like table, podium, lectern, please do not touch the microphones. Items will be called in the order they are signed in, first in Buffalo and Albany, and then in New York City. When your item is called, please approach the podium and identify yourself. Representatives should also identify their clients who are present. Chair, do you have any announcements?
Yes, I have a bunch of announcements. Good morning, everybody. Those who are in the know are probably wondering, we actually have a third commissioner that was confirmed by the Senate, I think on June 6th, I believe. And we welcome John Maya, who lives in Utica, to fill the third seat of our board. We are very, very excited about him. He's a practicing lawyer and seems to be a really fair-minded professional. And so we are very excited for him to join us. He will come and vote in person at the next board meeting on July 18th. Also, I want to announce that Jamie Gallagher, who is an associate counsel up in our Zone 3 office in Buffalo, has been promoted to deputy counsel. She is very well deserved. She has been at the agency for 14 years and has been doing a lot of work helping Shannon out to run counsel's office and do a lot of the supervisory work. There is also a backfill of her position. We have hired a new senior attorney in the Zone 3 office. His name is David Yanachko. And he is very seasoned litigator, and he will be handling all the Zone 3 prosecution work. And so those of you who practice up there will be hearing from him soon, if not already. We are continuing to restaff counsel's office. As you know, a year ago when I came to this position as chair, I stole a couple very seasoned prosecutors from counsel's office, from Shannon. And we're just really starting to move people along and restaff, and so all your cases will be moving along quicker. We have, I believe, made offers to 3 to 4 different senior counsel positions. So you will be hearing from that whole new lot of energy very soon. I'm also very excited to tell you that Casey Bullis, who has been at our agency for 7 years, is no longer acting director of administration. She has been doing a lot of our work with the hiring. She's really, solo effort in trying to get us to meet our personnel budget. She is now not acting. She has finally given it some time to move herself into the proper role, which is Director of Administration. And so if you guys have any administration related questions, please reach out to Casey. And because of Casey's hard work, she has been moving everybody else and trying to shake the world for Licensing Bureau, and she has been very successful. It's been only 12 months, but she has actually achieved a overall licensing upgrade for our civil service staff, and we have also received budget approval for it, and you will start seeing our licensing staff to be getting a lot of upgrades, promotions, and some additional mid-level management that will hopefully continuing to improve our service and customer relationship on the licensing front. I deeply thank my colleague Tim Hoax of the Civil Service. Commissioner Tim Hoke is a good friend of mine, and he's really changed civil service for the better, and it's being reflected today in our agency. I'm also grateful to Commissioner Jeanette Moy, who runs OGS, who is our HR support, and obviously to our budget director, Blake Washington, and Maria, who is our contact at DOB. And regarding licensing, I also, and this is very important, I know that the backlog committee is continuing to work. We have now moved through about a quarter of our backlog. I know I talk about this all the time, but I want to now say something slightly different. I know that we have been saying don't bring questions, but now we are at a place where we want to make sure that there is good quality control on our end. I'm going to give you some guidelines on time frame. And so if your application was filed before this time, I'm asking you to reach out to your examiner in contact or to Maureen Hughes here, who's Deputy Commissioner of Licensing, so that we can take a look and see if something got stuck somewhere. We just want your input on helping us sort out. Perhaps there are mistakes, there are things left on the table somewhere, and we want to make sure that everybody is getting their licenses in hand as soon as possible. So for temporary permits, if you have a pending actual application and there is no 500-foot hearing, you should be getting the temporary permit in 2 to 3 weeks. 2 to 3 weeks if it's not a 500-foot hearing case. And so there's a lot of counties where there are no 500-foot cases, and you should be able to operate in 2 to 3 weeks. If you apply for a temporary permit with a 500-foot hearing, after your application is received and a permit is filed for, you should be waiting 3 to 4 months at the most, because they have to go through the 500 hearing process. And it may be shorter than 3 to 4 months, but I want to give you the outside time frame. But so if you are applying for a temp without 500 foot and it's been more than 3 weeks, please let us know. If it's a temp with a 500 foot and it's more than 4 months, do let us know. General applications. If you have applied for a grocery store, the wait is no longer 9 months. The wait is about 6 months at this point. If you are filing for an on-premise in Zone 1, we are now reviewing applications till November of 23. If you filed before November of 23 in Zone 1 for an on-premise license, and you're not operating yet, please check in. In Zone 2, it's December 23 that we're reviewing, and in Zone 3, it's also November 23 that we're reviewing. The wait for on-premise have gone from 9.5 months down to 6.5 months through the work of the Backlog Committee. For corporate changes, this is an ongoing effort, and we are trying to get to all of those applications. And if you have something that is urgent, do let us know. And we are dealing right now we are in the season of a lot of one-day events. I ask you, I beg you to apply early and check in early. We're getting a lot of calls. Today is my event. I need my permit now. We try to meet everybody's needs, but let's not put ourselves in that situation. Let's give it more time than what is required. And that also goes to seasonal applications, which I think at this point we're at the tail end of. Again, all the credit goes to our licensing staff. I want to change the narrative at this point. The wait is 6 months for applications. We hope that by the end of the backlog committee, we're bringing this time, continuing to bring it down. You know, we can bring it down to 3 to 4 months for on-prem applications. We are very excited to do that. Most of you know that the temporary permit have also been expended as part of the budget. We're still waiting for those bills to get signed. But when those bills get signed, temporary permits will be issued for 6 months at a time. And so we are going to get to a place where there is not going to be a lot of temp renewals. That's the goal. And then also the 2-year look back, where if a place hasn't been licensed for the past 2 years, has also been voted by the legislature to be removed. And so there is no such bar. Right now, 70% of the applications qualify for a temp. When that bill gets signed, 99% of the applications will qualify for a temp. And so both of those things, along with all these new timelines, should really make it easier for everyone to start operating. So I hope that this is helpful. And again, when you talk to your licensing examiner next, please give them your thanks. Thank you for listening. And we can go to the first item. Oh, right, sorry. Donald reminds me, there is also a really important draft advisory that is going to get posted online. It relates to outdoor dining policies. This is going, as we are rewriting this because New York City is changing their policy, but the advisory that we're writing, it's going to apply statewide. So I'm asking everybody who's in the Zone 2 office, in the Zone 3 office to listen up and to go to our website to find this draft advisory regarding outdoor dining, and please give us your opinion. We would welcome all participants in this industry, owners, community boards, elected official staffers, labor, diners, consumers, everybody who uses outdoor dining, to please give your opinion on this advisory, because it's going to be impactful on how the agency deals with this issue moving forward. So that, again, will be posted today. It will be posted by Friday, I'm told, and you have, say, 2.5 weeks to respond. And if you need more time, write to Donald, we'll give you more time. All right, thank you very much.
All right, so first we're going to start with some in-house items.
What? No, we're going to do that now.
First is 56, which is a delegation of power regarding the assignment of administrative law judges to complete administrative hearings. That's number 56.
All right, so this delegation of power will allow our Deputy Commissioner for Operations, Lisa Ogden, who has been overseeing our overall operations in many different ways. We will give her the power to assign cases, hearings, 500-foot hearings, and also disciplinary cases to the appropriate ALJs. Lisa has been with the agency for almost 20 years. She since last year has been really given her all in a lot of different areas. As Director of Operations, she is overseeing licensing, restructuring, backlog committee, hearing bureau. She's addressed a lot of the backlog that are in a hearing bureau, assignment of cases, refunds. She's participating hugely in staffing, in budget, and most of all, she is in charge of LEAP. That's all being done by one person, and I just want to say she is exemplary. I say all the time, I wish I have two Lisas. She's an outstanding mom. She is an outstanding human being. I'm really grateful to have her, and I vote in the affirmative.
Commissioner?
I'm going to ask for a short meeting
Okay.
between the three of us.
A conference with council?
Conference of council.
Okay. So we're going to go off the record for a brief conference with council. We'll be back on shortly.
We're gonna hold this item over to the next meeting.
All right, so, all right, that's
So it's-
item number 56 and held over till 7:18.
Yep, that's fine.
All right, next in-house item is number 65D, which is a recognition of Michael Amarato upon his retirement from the State Liquor Authority.
Okay. First, I want to congratulate and welcome the new Commissioner, John Maya, to the agency. And I think we're all excited about having him here and having a third commissioner. So welcome, Commissioner Maya. Now, again, it gives me the great pleasure to read into the record this recognition and appreciation for the service of Michael Amarato. Michael helped me when I came into the agency a year ago, gave me some great advice. I found him to be a professional, well-informed, and in general, just a good person. And I believe that most of you will echo those sentiments. So I read this recognition and appreciation in honor of him. Whereas Michael Amarato, in his 14th year with the State Liquor Authority, is retiring after an admirable career in public service, having joined the State Liquor Authority in January 2011, serving as a hearing officer before moving to counsel's office when appointed associate counsel in 2012. And whereas Mike has been a member of the State Liquor Authority team and is commended for his diligence and strong work ethic, his willingness to pitch in to get the job done, as well as sense of humor and easy rapport with colleagues, licensees, representatives, and partner agencies. And whereas Mike is best known for his commitment to ensuring public health, safety, and welfare, especially on his beloved Long Island, where he was a fierce advocate for community safety and licensee compliance. And whereas Mike is recognized as a vital leader in the agency response to COVID-19 pandemic, when he worked tirelessly to support those we serve, this board and authority in the rapidly changing emergency, followed by serving in the role of acting general counsel. And whereas Mike, having earned the position of trusted advisor, reliable supporter, and friend to many, will be profoundly missed. And it is hereby resolved on behalf of the board and all authority staff that we acknowledge the exemplary service of Michael Amarato and extend to him our sincere appreciation for his many years of commitment to the State Liquor Authority, wishing him a long, healthy, and fulfilling retirement. And it is hereby further resolved that this resolution shall be formally entered upon the minutes of this meeting, and that forthwith a copy of this resolution shall be provided to Michael Amarato. There is no greater calling than to be in service of others, and Michael has done that. Congratulations on your retirement, Michael.
Yeah, so I just want to say thanks to Mike as well for being the ears and eyes on Long Island for all these years. He was also very helpful to me as acting counsel when we were without a general counsel for a time. And for all the operators and representatives that have clients on Long Island, I hope this makes you aware that I send it to Mike will not ever work anymore from here onwards. And so do use our usual channels of communication when you are submitting documents, and that calls of complaints should go to enforcement and also through our website, and licensing items should go to licensing.
So first item in Buffalo will be 002 MATTYDALE Post VFW 3146.
What?
2. So I don't believe the ABC officer, I know you requested that the ABC officer would appear. Unfortunately, I didn't send an email requesting that until late afternoon, and I don't believe you were able to get the ABC officer. Is that correct?
I apologize. I think that came in around 4:50 and I already begun traveling, went to my office email, began traveling to Buffalo. When I received it, when I reviewed my phone last night about midnight, Mr. Grayhall works evenings and we were not able to get a hold of him to at least have him on the phone. We can in the future if that is necessary. We'd be happy to do that. Toby French, the commander of the VFW Post 3146, is present with me today. And I'm ready to make a statement if you needed me to at this point.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
If I could,
We want the ABC officer to come in because this is the 5th Scouts non-member, and we want to speak to the person who is accountable, but if the commander can speak for the organization and speak for the ABC officer who was replaced when there was a prior officer who deceased, it's to you, but we just want to know what are the procedures surrounding non-member entrance and stealth non-members.
if I could help with that, I would like the board to be aware that we were established in 1946, and for the past 5 years, we've supported the community through many charitable organizations. Our 137 war veterans can perform hours and hours of use both at our facility and off it. Mr. French is here today, and he works hand in hand with Mr. Grayhall, who was appointed in April of this year as the ABC person and representative after the prior representative was deceased. We would respectfully note for the board that as to this incident, which occurred on June 9th, 23, when a representative of the authority came into the facility and evidently was served without signing the, being required to sign the guest list and with a member. For reasons other than that incident, although we weren't aware of it for months later, that particular bartender who had only worked a few weeks was relieved of her duties because she hadn't followed all the procedures that we requested. In the time that Mr. French has been commander, taking over in the past year or so, he has implemented, we want you to know that we take this very seriously. He, along with Mr. Grayhall, have implemented some strict procedures now to hopefully ensure that this type of procedural violation never occurs again. With that, as we discussed with Mr. Amarato, which led to the recommendation of a conditional no contest plea and a recommendation of a penalty of $1,500, the procedures that we put in place to ensure it'll never happen again, which includes purchasing signage, which we have, which we, I believe, provided Mr. Amarato, a signage that we purchased on the front of the entranceway stating that it's a private club. No person may come in unless they're a member or a guest of a member and must sign in before they are served. In addition to that, we have put together a code of conduct for all employees to sign, which in bold print says that they must, if you're not a member and not known or signed in by a member, they must be refused service. That we're a private club, which only allows us to serve members, and we don't want to be penalized for anything else, so we need to be vigilant with respect to that. Each new employee has to sign that. In addition, I would like the board to know that we do many activities at the VFW facility. The bartending in the bar area is just one small piece of that. We're open from Wednesday from 4 to 8 through Saturday from 4 to 8. Except on Fridays, if there are more members beyond that time period, they may stay open a little bit longer. On the non-Friday night service, we have a bartender there, And we make every effort now to also have some officer of the organization present while that's open. In addition, the booklet, which was at the door to be signed in by guests, has now been moved to the bar, so the bartender has to have that person, if he doesn't recognize as a member, sign that booklet. We have given the membership list, which is now updated as a result of Mr. French and Mr. Grayhol's work, updated and given to the bartenders every month so they know exactly and can check exactly who is a member and who isn't, and whether or not that person needs to be signed in. In addition, at the monthly meetings of the VFW, Mr. French goes through in detail these rules again and again and again. All these procedures, we respectfully submit, were not in place before Mr. French took over and before this incident of June 9th, 23 occurred. We want you to know we take it seriously. We're singularly dedicated to make sure this type of procedural violation never happens again. Over our past 75 years, we worked very hard to make sure that there was never any dangers in the community. We also have letters of recommendation from the town of Salina, where we're located, and other members of the town and county committees of the great work that the 137 war veterans of our membership perform throughout the community. We would respectfully request that the board also consider that the penalty of $1,500 to many licensees that come before the board may not seem severe. To our not-for-profit organization, it is, and much more than it might be for a lot of them that appear before you. We take this seriously. We want you to know that we're going to do everything in our power to make sure that an employee never allows this to happen again, including attempting to have an officer there at all times. And Mr. French is here. He can confirm all of this. He's worked with Mr. Grayhole since he's come on as the ABC person in April of this year. Unfortunately, as I said, we apologize, and we'd be happy to have him come back if we needed to, but he works evenings and we weren't able to get him since we received that email. But again, we will do anything and everything we can. Our members are committed to this.
All right. All right, thank you for your service, Commander French. How many years have you been a member of this club?
I've been a member of the club for 2 years. I've been the commander for just over a year.
Okay. And how many officers do you guys have that are on the slate?
Oh, we have 11 men.
11 people.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Some of them, are like the Surgeon General. That's part of the board as well. The officer of the day is a part of the board. We have a senior vice, a junior vice, a quartermaster who is our individual is basically like our treasurer. Myself, we also have a chaplain as well.
Okay. Do you have any questions?
No.
Yes, ma'am. I'm still I'm a Chief Master Sergeant in the Air Force, active duty still at the 174th Attack Wing out in Syracuse, New York. And where, if people don't know what they're being held accountable for, then, I can't hold them accountable for it since I took over as the commander. I put everything in writing. Everybody knows what their expectations are, so now they can most certainly be held accountable for their actions. And because of that, the bartender that was the bartender on the day of the incident is no longer a bartender with us. She couldn't uphold the standards, so we had to let her go.
Okay.
Pending any further
All right,
questions.
look, I trust you. Thank you for coming today. This, we only asked you to come because this is the 5th time, and the club has been in existence for a long time, and it's a privilege to have a club license. If it's a different type of business, then you can apply for, a class change. But while you have the club license, it's members only. And given the long history and your commitment, and I know you probably spent money on the signage, et cetera, I would be willing to lower this to 1,000 if the commissioner would agree.
1,000, I agree, 1,000.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. 55B.
Six.
Hernandez Mexican Store, Inc.
Wait, what is it? Oh,
Good morning, Chair Fan and members of the
Good
board,
morning.
new member of the board. Congratulations to Jamie Gallagher on her well-deserved promotion, and welcome, David.
thank
Thank
you.
you for all the exciting news you just presented to us as a consultant. We're very excited. I'm Bob
Great.
Howell, with Nicole Keeler, SLA Solutions, representing my client Maria Hernandez, and we're here to answer any questions that you might have.
So,
The husband is no longer a guarantor on the lease?
We did an amendment to the lease, so he has a guarantee on the lease.
okay.
He's a guarantor, but he's not actually, he's not.
Correct, he's
I
not
think
on
I
the
might have
license.
He's not on the lease, okay.
He's not on the lease, only as a guarantor.
Is he involved in the business?
He has not been involved in the business as of yet.
Does he plan to be involved in the business?
Now that we're looking at this application, she was just approved for another grocery store down in Geneva. So we're going to need a manager. If the board would approve, we would use him as a manager. If not, we have 2 other candidates.
So have you decided or not decided?
We would like to have him as the manager if it's approved by the board.
Is there a reason why he can't be a manager?
There is no reason for that.
Okay.
We'll do a personal questionnaire and submit it for you.
And she's also the only person on the other license?
Correct.
Okay. Is he involved in the lease on that one as well, or is just her on the lease?
Just her.
Okay.
Well, it's the corporation, the lease is with the corporation, right? And the husband and wife are the guarantors?
Correct. On this application, yes.
All right. I'm gonna approve this temporary permit with the condition that he submits a personal questionnaire to be a manager for this particular license. And if he's also working at the other store, you should submit one for that too, but I'll let you decide that.
Thank you.
I also vote to approve with the conditions so stated.
Thank you very much.
Do you want this application to return, the permanent application to return to the board, or can licensing act on it locally?
No, you can just process it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next in Buffalo is 17, Rodney J. Peters.
Welcome aboard. Thank you very much. Okay.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. I'm Rick Updegrove. I'm licensed to practice law in the state of New York. I'm here with Rodney Peters. He's the sole proprietor of Open Air Bar. We're personal friends. He asked me to be here with him today. I certainly agreed. I'm familiar with the circumstances regarding the allegations from 7/14/23, but obviously we take this very seriously, and Rodney wanted to be here this morning so that we could answer any questions that you may have regarding those allegations.
Thanks for being here, Rodney. So it really has to do with there are 2 different areas. There is a temporary permit that's covering one area and an actual licensed premise. Is that right?
Yes.
It may seem like a technicality to you, but drinks are not allowed to cross. It's, so, yeah, go ahead.
So this was due to an event. This is a one-day permit that was issued to the outside area, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
And
So
so
the
the
parcels are.
one-day permit would have just covered beer, wine, and cider. And we do ask for a statement that the applicant ensures that no alcohol go out to the outside area, the permitted area, because liquor cannot be served in this area.
And that's our understanding of the allegation, that there's the
Okay.
licensed premises and the permitted premises are contiguous to each other. And my understanding from the report was that liquor went from the licensed premises to the permitted premises, which although contiguous, are two separate areas. But the only thing I would add to that though is my understanding, and I know this isn't relevant to 7/14/23, but I want to just clarify this because Rodney's asked me about this and I'm not 100% sure. The law has changed, as I understand it, so that now liquor can now be served or consumed on the permitted premises for a one-day permit.
Yes.
So that has changed. So if this, I just wanted to clarify, if this same thing occurred today, that would not be a violation, but on 7/14/23, it certainly was. And I don't want to be dismissive of that because we certainly understand that and take that seriously.
So let me ask you a different question. Why don't you just expand your licensed premises to include the outside?
Well, we've actually had that conversation and Rodney is in the process of doing that now. That application will be forthcoming.
Okay. All right, so do you care if I took letter of warning? Is it okay if I go to letter of warning?
Sure.
All right, you guys are clearly on top of what the law is. I see these as a minor infraction, and since you were also pointing out that the liquor is now included in the one-day permit based on what passed in the April budget, I am going to lower this fine to a letter of warning with a condition that you file an alteration.
I also approve letter of warning with the same condition.
Thanks for coming up. Thanks for going up there. All right, bye.
Thank you.
All right, and that's it in Buffalo, correct?
That is correct.
All right, you can sign off. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Bye, Nicole.
So we have one item in Albany. It's number 10,
Number 10.
Waterford Wine and Spirits LLC.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Mark Wagner, licensed attorney, practice in New York. I'm representing the applicant, Waterford Wine and Spirits, as well as I'm the principal of the applicant as well.
There's nobody there in protest? Nobody
We
showed
do
up,
not have
right?
opposition.
Okay.
So can you describe the plan of operation here? I see that you yourself are providing all the investment. And
Correct.
there are 3 other people from your law firm that are partners in this business.
That's correct. The Anna Bazicki will be our operator. She has 12 years of experience managing a high-end bar in the capital region. So she will be dealing with the day-to-day of operations. We have another lady who will be handling our books and our insurances. And then I'll be handling the SLA and regulatory compliance matters.
So what about Matthew and Teresa? How are they involved?
Teresa will be handling the books and records, the payroll, the insurances, things of that nature. She'll be behind the scenes, and Matthew will be helping with the regulatory compliance.
I see.
We'll have 5, up to 6 additional employees facilitating the operation of the liquor store
And
with Elena's oversight.
Do you plan to be working at the premises or not at all? You're going to be practicing law?
I'll be practicing law, and I will be there during our high demand times, which is typically around the holiday season.
Yeah, what I'm seeing here is out of the 4 stores that gave us their gross sales, 3 are showing or projected to show a profit in 2024. The one that is showing a potential deficit is the farthest away from where you propose to be, 2.1 miles. I also recognize that you have support from the town supervisor, the assemblyman, and the senator, the relative legislators, and that you're located in a commercial corridor. So I would vote to approve the application.
Thank you.
All right, I vote to approve as well.
Thank you.
Good day.
Thank you.
Paula, we have no one else in Albany, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
All right, you can sign off.
Bye, Paula.
Nice
Bye-bye.
meeting you.
All right, so we're moving to New York City. Our first item is 11 Mosquito Wine Shop, LLC.
Good morning, everyone. Robert Bernardo.
Is the mic off?
No, I don't.
All right, Mr. Lin, go ahead.
Thank you.
Charles Lynn for the opposition. I'm attorney representing the closest store to the applicant above referenced. First one is 123 Atlantic Avenue Liquors at 123 Atlantic Avenue. And with me today is Steve Lee. He's the manager of that store. I also represent Rubens Liquors at 241 Court Street. Fratelli Briscola, whose trade name is better known as Henry Wine and Liquors at 494 Henry Street. And the last one is Scotto's Wine Shop at 318 Court Street. As to proximity and saturation in this area, it's being well serviced by the current stores. There are 17 active stores within a 0.9 mile radius of the applicant. I've submitted an area survey and listing of stores, which I put in as Exhibit A. The applicant itself is located at 387 Henry Street. What's interesting is to the south on Henry Street, just 0.3 miles away, is one store, and then the applicant is right in the middle, and then up the street, 0.2 miles, is another liquor store. It's 123 Atlantic, but it's right on the corner, and it's covered by both addresses. Atlantic, 123 Atlantic Avenue Liquors at 123 Atlantic Avenue, as I said, is just 0.2, and the other one 0.3, and you have a total of 17 liquor stores. Gross sales, when you omit the 2021, 2022 COVID years on the 3 stores that reported, all 3 stores show 2023 sales moderately lower than their 2020 sales, which I have annexed here as Exhibit C. As to population, the area had a strong population growth from 2010 to 2020. However, the current 2022 figure shows a significant change of a modest decrease in population in the last 2 years, and I have that next as Exhibit D. So there's no evidence that the public is not being adequately serviced by the 17 active stores within 9 miles of applicant, 0.9 miles of the applicant. There's no evidence of increased demand for alcoholic beverages based upon revenue reports from the nearby stores, which it will probably have to be speculative.
So the applicant is committing to, you know that they're committing to only selling organic products and biodynamic products. Do you have any information on whether those items are available in the neighborhood around the large number of stores that are within walking distance?
Let me put Mr. Lee on because he would know, I would not know.
Yes, so we do have a large selection, and we make note of anything that is organic, biodynamic, sustainable on our shelf talkers with markings that show that the products are as such.
How would you define large? How many products?
Probably about 15% of our SKUs.
Okay.
How
And
many total SKUs do you have?
I can't give you a figure for total SKUs, but I think it's about over 1,000 SKUs in the stores right now. And I have seen some of the other stores in the area, and they seem to be doing the same thing about making markings about what is organic or certified organic or biodynamic or sustainable.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Robert Romano again. I'm here with Charles Gerbier and his wife, Alexandra McCown. Alexandra is here to provide some further insight into the numbers that you just heard about the SKUs. But before she speaks, I just would like to point out, which the board can see, this is a very small store, 260 square feet of retail, 410 total. They have committed and will stipulate, as you mentioned, only natural, biodynamic, organic products throughout the store.
I'm sorry, natural was not part of this, so is that an addition, or I don't know about non-natural wines? What does that even mean?
Vernacular.
Is there such a thing as non-natural? What is that? What is that?
It's just the vinification process, but there's this new thing. It's not new, but natural wine is becoming bigger and bigger. And this is what we'll be selling, just natural wine.
Okay.
It is.
Okay, that's not in your documents, but okay.
It is an identifiable quantity. With regard to the overall sales figures, I think because of the uniqueness of what they will be selling, you can't compare this, you can't take the sales figures and extrapolate them to coincide with this application. It would be comparing not apples to apples, it would be even apples to orangutans. It would be nothing. It would be things that just don't match up.
You certainly honor them when they work in your favor.
Well,
now you tell us the numbers, don't tell the story, like, that's all I have.
Well,
Just so you know, Mr. Romano, the sales figures that I used were from 2023. I always discount the COVID years. I started with 2023, and I take whatever I have for 2024. If I have it for a month, I will multiply that number by 14. If I have it for 2 months, et cetera. That's how I do it. And when I do that, I actually see growth in all of the stores that have given us figures, minus one which we have no response. So as far as I see, the gross sales are projected to go up for 2024.
Okay, and Mr. Lin correctly pointed out that there was an amazing growth. I believe it was 65% in that span leading up to 2015. The map that was provided by Mr. Lin, I believe, is actually helpful to our argument in that if you look at where they're attempting to be located, it is really in a bullseye around stores, and it's not making the area look any denser than it currently is. It's, my client has spent upwards of a year looking for a location that would check off boxes, and he felt that this location, particular location, did just that. I would like Alexandra to just point out as far as the SKUs, so there's no misinformation. Maybe you can point out how you did your calculations of percentages and SKUs and why you felt that this location would be a success selling the products that are not currently available.
I did extensive research with a friend of mine recently. We walked into all the surrounding stores and we counted all the bottles. We did a approximate count, but pretty accurate. And we found that actually 4% or less was natural, organic, or biodynamic within the stores. For us, we do have a lot of friends, colleagues, et cetera, that live in the neighborhood, and they feel that they can't get what they need from the neighborhood as far as natural, organic, or biodynamic goes. So we do feel that there's actually quite a need in the neighborhood. And I think it'd be very welcome. We've actually met some of the patrons, potential patrons on the street while we've been visiting the space, and there's been some excitement. So we feel like there's space for us.
And if you have any any questions, we're happy to answer.
I do have one question
Sure.
for you regarding the financing, which is apparently a gift of $150,000 from Mr. Gerber's mother.
Yes.
Is that correct? But the gift letter that I see doesn't give any amount at all. It just says, that I provided my son-in-law with a gift.
We can provide, that can be a condition, we can provide that
Yeah, I would
with
want to
specific
see-
amount.
I would
Absolutely.
want to see an appropriate gift letter and notarize it.
Absolutely. For the record, it was not my application.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I mean, these are unique products, and the population growth, the gross sale figures are projected to increase from what I see, and we're going to provide. So I would approve with the condition that you provide an appropriate gift letter that is notarized.
And how many SKUs do you plan to carry, just in general?
We're thinking around close to 100, but maybe up to 150 at most.
And it's natural, organic, biodynamic products, so it's both distilled products and wines, right? So even though this is called Mosquito Wine Shop, you're not applying for a wine shop. I
Correct.
just want to make that clear.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to vote in support as well, despite the saturation of stores. I think this is part of the health movement that we all want. So congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
With the notarized gift letter too.
Yes.
Correct,
Well,
Chair?
that would be, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Next is 43, Locust Liquor and Spirits, Inc. You, who is that? 43, Locust Liquor and Spirits, Inc. Locust. That's you, right?
Locust Liquor and Spirits, Inc.
Yes.
I'm here in opposition to the application.
It's the applicant for Locust Liquor and Spirits, Inc.
You're not here? All right, we can recall it.
Okay.
All right, can I just?
Oh, we'll call it. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, we'll call it. We're gonna take a brief recess. We'll be back on the record shortly.
Right.
Yeah, right. Right.
Am I on it too? I think so. Okay, I'll take a look at it.
He sent it.
Okay, that's not back yet, okay.
What time are you coming back?
Just whenever they get back shortly. Yeah, that's way too long. Should be like a couple of minutes.
What? Yeah, they will. Yeah, but.
I think they already requested.
He's ready to leave the room. What?
Oh, okay.
All right, here we go. Did they come or no? No, right? Okay. All right.
Locust?
Let's go to the next one. What happens if they don't come?
So who's this guy killed?
We just deny or we let them go? All right.
I don't recognize the word.
Okay. And they got the notice, right? Can you just double check that while we move to the next one? All right, what's up? Let's go.
All right. Next is 46, 2498 Flatbush Liquors, Inc.
My God, we have a liquor store, a lot of liquor stores today. We've got to
This
change
is a
this. We can't
44
have
time?
this going.
It is
46.
46.
46.
Yeah, I was,
All right.
Charles Lynn for the applicant. I'll just put on the record, my clients are here. Shabhamjit Singh is one of the principals, and Komal Preet Singh is the other principal.
Now you want a liquor store?
I knew you were going to say that. I thought we got rid of the other chairman that said that.
All right, go
He doesn't
ahead.
want anything. Good
You
morning.
should just apply for one. Did you see that happening?
Yeah, right.
Crazy.
Francis Buscemi of Mailer and Buscemi in opposition to the application. Today, I am representing Sun Hing Liquor, Inc. and CY Liquor Store. I'll have my clients introduce themselves.
Okay. Hi. They are close, very close.
Your name
Okay,
and
sorry.
store.
Okay. My name is David from Sun Hing Liquor Store.
Okay.
Okay.
My name is Jenny from the CY Liquor Store.
Okay.
All right, so I've submitted my letter in opposition. The applicant is purchasing an existing store, Kings Plaza Liquor, Inc., located 2461 Flatbush Avenue, and he's looking to relocate. They're looking to relocate the store to 2498 Flatbush. The proposed location is a 2,500 square foot store. The information that I do not have is how large the existing store is that they're looking to purchase. I believe I did that license many years ago, but I just don't
I
have a
think
file.
the one that they bought was 2,800 square feet and the retail was 1,600. And this store is 2,500 with 1,700 retail.
Correct.
So why are you moving it?
The landlord will not, I'm sorry. The landlord will not renew the lease. He only had about 2 years left. Also, the rental is over $13,000 a month. The new premises is down to $9,500 a month. The parking is
Why
horrendous.
didn't you transfer it and then, why didn't you buy it and then transfer it?
We have a contract of sales, part of our application, to buy King's Liquors. and they will surrender the license, and so will condition upon whether we get approval for the new Flatbush location.
I know, I'm just saying that, is this
there's
faster
only-
or something?
I tried to get away from, there was only 2 years left in the license, you know, you can only file if there's 3 years, and I didn't want to get involved in all of that. And I thought it's just another way, 6 to 1, half a dozen. the
Okay,
other.
but our advisory doesn't really apply to you because you're going down in size, so.
Well, that's one of the things that I was going to state, but it's not my time, but if.
Fair
it
enough,
is
no,
better
let
now.
him go, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay. But you do realize that he's just replacing an existing store,
Yes, I do.
and it's going to be smaller.
Yes, it'll be slightly small. There are 13 existing liquor stores within 1.5 miles of the proposed location. And when we look at the existing store, CY Liquor Store has been in business only since May of 2023. It has total
No,
sales.
but that license have been that location has been licensed since 1992. So all of you have been in the same neighborhood, sharing the market together for quite a few years, since at least since 2014 when their store came into existence. These other two stores have been in existence since 1989 and 1992. So I don't see any change really.
No, I understand exactly what you're saying. You know, I mean,
I know, but your protest has to be based on something. It's not.
well, I mean, when we look at, you know, it was filed as a new liquor store license application. When we got that,
Right, but they're telling you that this is replacing an existing store, moving down just very close,
I
and it's gonna be
understand.
smaller, so the conditions hasn't changed.
no, I understand that, but when I get the job, I see it as a new, all I saw was
I
a new
understand.
liquor store license.
Okay, so do you have any arguments about density and other population that will
yes.
justify?
Well,
You're basically arguing for a store to be eliminated.
in a way, yes. In a way, yes. And again, understand, Chair Fan, when I got this, the
No,
only
I
thing I
understand,
knew,
but the
the only thing I knew
situation-
was that there was a new liquor
Okay,
store
but the
license.
facts are in front of us now, so
Right.
what are the arguments?
Well, my arguments is that you can see the demographic report within a 1-mile radius of the applicant. The 2020 census population is less than the 2010 census population. Between 2000 to the current population within a quarter mile, half a mile, 3/4 of a mile, and 1-mile radius, populations have decreased. The number of households within a 1-mile radius have also decreased between 2010 and 2020.
Decreased by how much?
I have to go to the demographic report. See, historic annual growth in households is down over 7% within a quarter mile, 7% a half mile, almost 6.5%, 3/4 of a mile, and about 6 and a little over 6 3/4% down within a 1-mile radius. So population and households are down. And when you look at the existing sales of the sales of the existing stores, you've got CY, the closest CY store, which is 0.8 of a mile away. Its total sales from May through December were 577,000. When you look at its total sales from January through May, it's just a little over 400,000. Sun Hing, one of the closest stores, when you look at its sales from January 1st, 2024 through May of 2024, they're less than $380,000. Since 2020, their sales have been decreasing.
Is your client, who's your client again?
CNY and Sun Hing.
Right. Okay.
And then we have the other stores that put in on this.
For Sun Hing, first of all, in this case, I didn't have to do 2024 projections because we had complete numbers for 2019 pre-COVID, and then we had 2023 after COVID. And when I look at those numbers for Sun Hing, I see a profit, and that's only for 2023 going up through August. So they were making money in 2023 above what they were making prior to COVID. And the same with CY Liquor. So, you know, it is an existing store.
No, I understand that,
You know,
Commissioner.
it is getting smaller. They have a legitimate reason in terms of the rent. And the figures show that people are making, you know, the sales are good.
Well, I don't know that sales are good. VK and Stop and Shop also have decreasing sales. So you have the stores in the immediate area, they're all showing.
VK for 2019 compared to 2023 made a profit of almost $100,000.
Well, that's gross. Let's not call it.
We have to work with what we have.
That's gross. I mean, 2020 sales, 2019 sales were 700,000, 22 sales are 750.
2023.
2020, oh, you're extrapolating out.
Wherever possible, I will discount the COVID years. I am, yeah.
I think the licensee would like to make, you want to say something?
The 2019 with 2023, because the pandemic after, the company import the price were not allowed. So you see that the price, we make it business a little bit more, right? But now, after pandemic, we lose a lot of customers. Also, you know, you see the 2024, we got the business go down a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think the point
All
that
right.
it's trying to be, that the gentleman is making is that I think it's, everyone realized the wholesale prices have gone up substantially. So, you know, it's a very competitive market. Retailers are not increasing their prices that much. So what's happening is profit margins are decreasing. So even when you're seeing a little more in gross, the profitability is down.
Chairman, can I just
All
make
right,
one point? Just one.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, I wouldn't say population is as important as in other applications. The reason being is this is a huge commercial thoroughfare. And right across from the shop, applicant is across the street from Kings Plaza Shopping Center. No liquor stores are in the plaza. Kings Plaza is deemed a super regional shopping center in Brooklyn. It's described as the fashion hub for trending savvy Brooklynites with 149 stores. Definitely a destination area. The plaza also has just leased 90,000 square feet to a new Target store that's coming into the plaza. It's an enormous commercial area. Huge traffic. Matter of fact, on the current store, you can't even park on the street because of the intense amount of traffic that goes by this area. The new premises that they can have is plenty of parking because they have their own strip mall. In addition to that, they have parking in the back where there's a bank. They have a parking on the adjacent side. They have parking 1 block away. So a lot of the things that are available to the public are going to be available from my client, even more so than just the quote replacement store. And there's only one other technical matter that I'd just like to approach. I don't know whether this application should even come before the board. And the only reason that I say that is that this is really a neighborhood removal. The distance between the new store and the old store is 371 feet. I have my maps that indicate the same that have been submitted to the Liquor Authority. They're not increasing 25% over what they have. Matter of fact, they're even less. And the 4 closest stores right now are not changed. They will be the same 4 closest stores. So they meet the test of whether it's a neighborhood. I apologize, Chairman, but they meet the test of a neighborhood removal. And then my understanding is a neighborhood removal does not trigger a public convenience and advantage argument unless one of those 3 events require it to be. So what I'm saying is that's another way to look at it, and maybe it is the
Yeah, I
proper
understand,
way.
but you already said to us why you file a new application, so you can't argue back to that point, because that you kind of waived those when you chose to file a new application. But was this store supposed to be 5,500 square feet?
No, I don't know
Is that
why
a
one of the
typo?
letters, there's one letter that says it was gonna be 7,000 square feet. There's a second letter from a different liquor store protesting that said it was gonna be 5,000 square feet.
Right.
I have
Okay,
no-
so all of that
I have
is-
no idea where they got those
It's
numbers from.
fantasy, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So, but going back to your point, I'm going to actually find public convenience and advantage, because if you look at the map, this is actually the store that is on Flatbush Avenue and closest to public transport, and close to the shopping center. So I'm gonna find public convenience advantage, and since it's also replacing an existing store, I'm going to vote to approve.
I concur with those findings placed on the record and also vote to approve.
Thank you.
We're still friends.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I don't know if we want to second call 43 yet.
43?
Yeah.
No, they're not here.
No. So we can keep waiting.
If you don't want to wait, we can just say that,
I have some time, I do that.
They need.
okay, when you,
I have others on.
I mean, oh, you do?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
I have a couple others here.
Oh, okay, all right.
But they need a Spanish interpreter, right?
I'm sorry?
They need a Spanish interpreter, though.
Who?
Yours, right?
Who does?
65B.
Give me a name.
WATERFORD Corporation.
I don't need any, I don't. Yeah,
Oh, are you not 65B also?
no,
Oh, okay.
that's another opposition.
Oh, okay.
I put them on the roll.
It's fine, sorry. 001, GCO Beverage Corp. You signed it?
Are you doing liquor store again?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Number one.
What is it, number one?
Number one.
Okay. Oh, my God, I'm sorry, everybody in the room.
Number one, right?
We ready? or-
Oh, we gotta have liquor store days. Number one, item number one. Okay.
Yes. Do you want to go on the record first?
Good morning, members of the full board. I'm Arhelio Rodriguez on behalf of GCO Beverage Corp., DBA Beach Wine and More. I'm here with the two principals, Derek Sherman and Kimberly Sherman. I understand there's some opposition. I guess if it's okay, I let them present first and then I follow with my presentation.
Francis Buscemi of Miller and Buscemi in opposition to the application. With me today is Lauren Promise, the principal of the opposition. This is a
What store is that?
liquor wine warehouse. Yeah, LMG.
Okay,
Yeah, LMG, I'm sorry, LMG Liquor LLC.
okay.
All right, the applicant is looking to open up a store at 515 Long Beach Road in Long Beach, New York.
But you're in Island Park, so that's,
It's close.
okay. Okay,
There are eight, again, we're out on Long Island now. We have eight stores within 1 mile. Walking distance would be 0.8 of a mile. There are 8 existing liquor stores. Laboro Industries is the closest store to the applicant. That's 0.3 of a mile from it. Its sales have declined each year since 2020 and 2022. Sales are down more than 20% from 2020 sales. Its 2023 sales are down more than 30% from its 2020 sales. Both 2022 and 2023 sales are below its 2019 sales. Long Beach Liquor Corp. is located 0.4 of a mile from the applicant. The walking distance between the stores, the applicant store and Long Beach Liquor, is 1,560 feet. Its sales have decreased each year since 2020, and its 2023 sales appear to be below its 2019 sales. Kelly's Wine and Liquor, Inc. is 0.5 of a mile from the applicant. It purchased the business in March of 2022. It appears to have sales below 1 million a year. LMG Liquor LLC, who's here today, has sales that have decreased each year since 2020. Its 2023 sales total under 4 million and are the lowest annual sales it has had since 2019. A comparison of the 2023-2024 sales for the months of January through May shows that the 2024 sales are below 2023 sales. In 2023, total sales for January through May are 1,442,000 and change. During the same period in 2024, sales are 1,399,000. Demographic report based on census data and zip code information, which is attached to my letter in opposition, shows that within a quarter mile, half mile, 3/4 of a mile, and 1 mile radius of the applicant's proposed location, the population has decreased from 2000 to current. In 2000, the population within a 1 mile radius was 27,931. The current population is below that at 27,408. Further, there's been little to no housing, as indicated in the demographic report. Little to no housing has been built in recent years. The zip code the applicant is in is 11561. Within that zip code, the population peaked in 2007. The 2020 population within the zip code is the lowest it's been since 2005. Further, the current population of Long Beach is 34,410, which is a decrease of 1.12% since 2020. Now, Long Beach is a driving community. This is we're not in the city of New York in one of the boroughs. Over 92% of households have vehicles. There's no need for stores to be in that close proximity to residents, since this is not a walking shopping situation. We're not saying that LMG sales are so de minimis. They're not, but they're decreasing. But that's really not the main issue. The main issue is there a demand? Is there demand increasing or decreasing for alcohol within the area? And I think when we look at the whole picture here, with the population, with the gross sales figures of the existing stores, we see that the demand for alcohol is not increasing in this area. And public convenience and advantage would not be met by the issuance of another license in close proximity to these other stores.
Can I just ask you a question?
Yeah.
Since our standard is public convenience and advantage, to me, I'm asking about Island Park is because if someone is driving down to Long Beach through Island Park, then they're stopping at her store. If they're coming through the Atlantic Beach area, there are a whole bunch of stores between there and this proposed store. So I just don't see how it necessarily will affect her if she has a healthy customer base, because she's
Well, again, I don't know that
probably
the
she's
question,
serving the Island Park population.
again, Lauren can speak to that, but again, I don't know whether that's the definitive question. I think the question is, what is population? What are the stores showing is with regard to
Well, in this
alcohol
area, I
demand?
think it's about the convenience of the traffic, right? It's how people are getting to Long Beach and where they're buying as they go to the beach.
Well, I don't know that you can bring liquor onto the beach.
Well,
I mean.
I didn't say they're bringing it to the beach.
If I could just speak on my behalf. So August will be 10 years since I've had this store, so and I live in Long Beach. I have a good idea of the community. I've seen a lot of changes over the last couple of years, especially since COVID, with how consumers are consuming their alcohol. The cocktail connoisseur is now going for an RTD. The margins in that are very, very low. The $30 wine customer is now a $15 wine customer. So the business has changed significantly, where I am having to, you know, get creative, spend a lot more time at the store, working with customers, making sure that profit margins aren't dipping below, you know, where they have been, which they are. I've also, as you guys know, there have been a lot of price increases across the board amongst all suppliers and distributors. I've eaten a lot of those increases because there is a lot of competition within the area with the amount of stores there are in Long Beach. Since opening, Costco Liquor has also opened in Oceanside, which, you know, is far from the new proposed location, but it has affected my business. Total Wine is another store that opened within 20 miles. Of course, it's far, but you guys know the way that Total Wine does their business. It affects a large community, not just within a certain mile radius. Also, the proposed location, being that there's only street parking, there's sidewalk parking, there's a lot of congestion there already. I just don't see the safety with adding another store there, being right next to a beer distributor, especially this time of year where I do see an uptick in business with people going to the beach. I think it'll have a large effect on me, being that it is on the side of the street going towards the beach. People will be stopping, you know, get the beer, get their liquor. So this time of year it would have a significant effect on my business.
Can I just make a statement about the sales? Your LMG.
LMG.
So what we received for you for 2019 compared to 2023, and for 2023 we had figures all the way up to November 30th. November 30th. And it does show a slight decrease. Sales of over $3 million, but a slight decrease of about 100,000. There's one store for 2019 to 2023 has shown an increase, and the figures for 2023 only went up to October 20th, but they did show an increase. Another store for 2019 to 2023 shows a decrease. The closest store to the proposed location, but it's a modest decrease. And the last one that we got figures for shows a significant decrease from 2019 to 2023. They're about 0.5 miles away, but the figures that we got for 2023 only went up to October 12th. So almost another 2 months of sales there probably would have put them right at where they were for 2019.
Right.
That's so that, you know.
And I did provide you with updated sales for LMG, which you didn't have, which I put into my submission. And that does show for the same time period, the same months between 2023 and 2024, you know, about a $45,000 decrease, $44,000 decrease in sales.
I'd also just like to state, as far as expenses, which you don't see in the sales figures, my rent has increased about 60% in the years that I've been open. Obviously, minimum wage when I opened 10 years ago was $6.25. It's $16 an hour now. So there have been a lot more expenses that you don't see played into those sales figures.
Yeah, I understand that.
With reductions in population as well.
Okay.
We can hear from the applicant.
Thank you. So as I mentioned, I'm here with Kimberly and Derek Sherman, husband and wife. I'm going to break up my presentation into 3 points with respect to the public convenience and advantage. The first is why the applicant is different. And the second is Long Beach, the town, population, and housing construction. And then the third point will be about the 4 closest stores. So this applicant is different. As the name suggests, its DBA name, Beach Wine and More, as it indicates, it'll be predominantly a wine store. So to be specific, it's willing to stipulate to 80% wine and 20% liquor with respect to the retail space. With respect to the wines, it's going to feature a carefully curated mix of wines from Long Island wineries. The wine section will focus on the fast-growing natural and zero sugar wine industry, which are not carried by the closest stores. A list of those brands was provided as well in our submission. With respect to liquor, like I mentioned, it'll be 20% liquor on retail space. Of that 20%, half of it, so 10% of the retail space, will be canned cocktails. This is the product that is most in demand in this area of Long Beach, most importantly because it's a glass-free beach. So canned cocktails are extremely popular. And then, so in general, so the store is going to offer Long Island and New York State wines and spirits that are not offered by the closest stores. Those names were provided. And they were also confirmed by phone calls and in-person visits by myself and the applicant. I'll also add that this store would carry ice, which none of the 4 closest stores offers, and this applicant will offer it. And then it'll offer home delivery, provided in the 4-mile radius. And of the 4 closest stores, only one, Kelly Liquors, offers home delivery. The liquor warehouse, the opposition here, uses only third-party applications. On the next point, with respect to Long Beach, the town, housing, construction, and population, the population is 35,000 on just 2.2 square miles of land. Its density is 15,800. It's it's the 34th densest city in the United States. But more importantly, as we all know, it gets about upwards of 50 to 60,000 visitors on summer weekends. One thing that the opposition glossed over is that the median household income in the area is actually increasing quite rapidly. It increased 9% year over year alone. It's seeing incredible growth when it comes to luxury constructions. And just in the last year, those luxury mega apartment complexes that were in the works were finally open. And they are smack in the center of town, just a couple blocks from the applicant. It's actually known as the Long Beach Super Block. So it contains several new constructions that were opened up in 2024. For example, one, Boardwalk Luxury Apartments opened up 192 condo residences and 238 rental units. The one over, The Breeze, has 238 rental units and 200 condos. We also submitted an article from Newsday, which shows that of the 18,000 intersections in New York State, the one 100 meters directly in front of this location, which is Long Beach Boulevard and East Park Avenue, is among the 5 most crowded in all of New York State. With respect to the 4 closest stores, one of the central points that needs to be made clear is that if we focus our analysis on 2019 to 2023, the opposition glossed over that all the entries missed or did not include November and December, and with respect to, and then there was one that excluded December. So the closest one is Labaro Industries, DBA Park Avenue Wine Shop. That's a small store. We provided pictures. It's poorly run. It's mismanaged. It has low to no stock. It's missing out on even.
Which one is that one?
That's Labaro Industries, DBA Park Avenue Wine Shop at 250 East Park Avenue. And so even the clear hot trends of canned cocktails, they had maybe several cans at most. Like literally, we went there. There were like 10 cans or maybe less, and they were sold out of. They didn't carry anything else. So we had a lot of empty shelves. We provided pictures of those. Long Beach Liquor Corp is the second closest one. Again, the gross sales exclude for 2023. They exclude November and December. And the store's bread and butter items are small airplane bottles and Lotto. They have a different clientele. In fact, when we visited, there was a lot of panhandlers in front of the store, and it turned me off when I went there for sure. There's Kelly Wine and Liquors, and again, that one excludes November and December for 20 between 2019 and 2023. That one is a very generic store with zero curation, has standard stock items found in any liquor store. And then with the opposition here, they have gross sales 2019, 3.4 million, 2023, 3.32 million. And that excludes December, mind you. So what that seems to indicate is that their sales are actually increasing. But most importantly of all, they're in Island Park, which is literally the next town over on a different island, as you can see by the address. And it's located on the way out of town, and it doesn't serve the beach-going community like this store would, unless they want to struggle through significant heavy traffic going that direction. And they don't offer ice, which is a staple for the Long Island beach community and tourists. I'll conclude there, and I'll pass it on
All right,
to the
just
principal.
to allow the record to reflect that there is a protest on the record in writing from Kelly's and Long Beach Corp.
Hi, good morning. I would just like to start with having noted that I've worked in Long Beach on that very road for the last 8 years at a beer distributor as a cashier. So I understand very much what the clients are.
I'm sorry, what is a liquor distributor, like who?
Beer distributor.
Oh, beer distributor.
Yeah, it's a few doors down from the proposed location.
You mean like a beverage center?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Got it.
And I've worked there as a cashier for the last 8 years, and
Okay.
so I'm face to face with all the customers every day. In the summer, we get over 500 customers every day, and so I'm fielding. I have the task of fielding hundreds of questions every day. What products do you have? Where's this? Where's that? And part of the reason why I wanted to open the store was because there was a heavy demand from the customers asking, where are our canned cocktails? Where is our natural wine? Where is this? And it's just not a demand that's met with any of the stores in the area. And, I also, until we started a family, lived in Long Beach for 10 years. So I've shopped at these stores. I've shopped at her store. It's a beautiful store. And it just, none of the things that I'm looking for are in these stores as well. And there are many others like me that are looking for natural wines and healthier options that are just not available. Each store does carry literally 1, 2, 3, 4 items, but they're not going to focus on natural wines like I am. And as you can see from other applicants and the other hearings I've watched, natural wine is on the rise.
Did you say you live on Long Beach, or?
I did for 10 years. Yeah, I rented in Long Beach.
But you now don't live on Long Beach?
No, we started a family and we had to move to a more affordable area.
Understand. And you're going to continue your job?
Yes, I'm going to continue my job, but I have very flexible hours, so I plan to put in about 20 hours a week at the wine shop on nights and weekends, as needed.
I would also just like to, there's a couple of things in the opposition's presentation I would like to point out. She mentioned parking, which, she is correct. And what actually wound up happening, which was sort of lucky for us, I guess, last month, the landlord of my building has said that there's going to be parking available in a back space that he rents, which is directly behind our store. And it's going to be, it's like a 1,200 square foot lot. I think he said it could fit about 18 cars in there. And that's going to be available as of August 1st, as long as his tenant moves out.
So let me ask you about the building that you're in. It's residential upstairs on the second floor?
I'm unsure what's going on. I believe it's office space is what's happening upstairs.
Okay, and you have a portion of the space, like the front?
Yeah, so it's a corner store. And it's sort of like, it's like the Flatiron building, basically. It's
Yeah,
long
exactly.
now, it gets wider
I see
as
that
it
in the
goes.
picture.
And so where the bottom portion of the store, about 900 square feet retail.
Okay.
And then That's its own separate entrance, own everything.
Is there anything, and there are other
And then there's,
spaces next to you, and are those available?
which spaces?
The spaces that are
And
also on the ground floor of the building?
No, there's no other spaces available.
It's all retail.
It's our location 515. We're at the corner location, bottom floor. There's no other shared use of space or anything. It's a one space.
Okay.
If I may, I just want to point out, after speaking to my client, with regard to zero sugar and natural wine products, my client carries a large selection of that, approximately 60 SKUs, I'm told. Canned cocktails, which are a big thing now. Shelving was set up specifically to house a large selection of canned cocktails that's being sold at Lauren's store. Home delivery. It's not only third parties.
I have Uber Eats, DoorDash, and I have my own website where I do local deliveries as well as shipping.
So it's not only third-party delivery services. Ice, it's right next door. If ice is a big thing, the store's right next door to a supermarket. So there's plenty of ice for customers to pick up if they want ice.
A ton of parking.
Okay. Sorry, can I just clarify? The limitation that you're willing to agree to is, again, 80% wine, 20% liquor, and then Long Island wine, natural wine, and zero sugar. I have all of that written down, but what are we really committing to here?
We're focusing on natural wine, biodynamic wine, and healthier option canned cocktails is our ethos. And then
Yeah, I think what she wants to hear, I mean,
What she wants to
your
hear.
summary is correct. No, I mean, like, the summary is correct, and, and then also to add a little bit more color to detail, of the 20% liquor, 10% is canned cocktail, on that liquor portion.
Okay.
if I may, just to paint a broader picture of, there's a saying in Long Beach that you don't go over the bridge. It's a very like local yokel type thing, but the opposition presentation says it's a driving community, which in fact it's not. It's because of the massive amount of tourism in the summer months. You basically park your car on a Friday and you don't move your car until Monday. So
I got it.
It's
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're committing to 80% wine, 20% liquor. And 10% of the 20%, or you mean half of the liquor will be canned products?
Exactly, half of the liquor will be the
Okay.
canned cocktails.
And are we committing to you're gonna focus on natural wine, focus on biodynamic wine, and focus on Long Island wine, but you're not committing to a limitation of that?
I would if it was a condition you wanted to make.
What do you think?
It's a close call.
I don't want to screw them entirely. Like 50%, I don't know. It doesn't matter.
I don't think it matters.
Doesn't matter. Okay. All right. So just 80% wine, 20%.
That's fine.
All right. You want to go ahead?
Yeah, I mean, this is a close call, and I'm sensitive to all the arguments that have been placed on the record. But as I look at the figures and consider the arguments made, the unique products, the concessions that you're willing to make, I would vote to approve. I will vote to approve your application.
And I will vote to approve as well with the 80% wine, 10% liquors, and 10% RTDs that include liquor.
Thank you.
And Commissioner, you're okay with that?
Yes, with those conditions,
To be good. Chair, so 1/2 of the 20% of liquor is the canned?
Yes.
So it would be 80%
Yes.
wine, 10% canned cocktails, and then 10% other liquor.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Good luck.
Next is 44 Quench Liquors, Inc. 44.
You're for the applicant, ma'am?
Yes, so good morning, Chair Fan and members of the board. My name is Maria Connolly, and I am the licensee here representing myself today.
Okay.
And this is Tassin Setki. He works part-time.
Before you proceed, Jonathan?
I'm sorry, he works part-time for the store?
Yes.
Where's the applicant?
Me,
Oh, you're the applicant?
yes, ma'am.
You own the store?
Correct.
Okay, and you just moved the store?
No,
in
ma'am.
2021? No?
No,
you just
I
bought the store.
bought this store, and this is a request for a removal.
Okay.
Yes.
So you were not part of this when it moved in 2021?
I bought the business in 2021 from the previous licensee.
But you were not part of the move at that point? Because they had moved in 2021, am I wrong?
No, that store has been there, 90 West Main Street, and it's still there today.
But it was under a different ownership?
Correct.
When it moved?
No, it never moved. It's always been a 90 West Main Street. We're seeking to, today, we're here to ask to move to a new location, removal application,
Okay,
to move to 217 Waverly Avenue from 90 West Main Street. But 90 West Main Street, it's been there.
Right, but you were never an owner at 90, you were never an owner at 90 West?
No, not until 2021 that I purchased the business, no.
2008. And the move is to a location that is 3.5 times larger.
Okay. So let me just address, so I am here for the approval to move the store less than a mile away from my current location. And the reason why I'm looking to do that is because the new location will accommodate storage, customer accessibility, and also we have safety concerns at our current location. We are currently roughly 1,000 square feet. We don't have any storage on site. And let me just see. And I can't overemphasize, this wouldn't be a new store. We're already there, we're existing.
What are the safety concerns?
Okay, so let me just go over this. So I wanted to also make mention to start that the reason why you currently don't have any written materials from us in front of you today is because we had an issue with the notice with Gmail spamming your notice for being here today. So we missed that deadline for to submit our supporting documentation, but so Quench Liquors is the only liquor store in the village of Patchogue, and we are the third owners in the last 15 years. And like I stated, we seek approval to relocate to a location that is less than a mile from our current location. We feel this relocation promotes public convenience and advantage.
Hold on one second.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hold this over. I think you should have an opportunity to submit in writing. This is
To submit my materials
Yeah, I don't
and
know.
have counsel perhaps?
Yeah, this is,
Okay, thank you.
it's a big request, so I
Yes.
will.
Do you know, how does that work with, as far as like the next hearing date? Does it get moved over to the next full board
Is,
or?
July 18, the due date will be July 11. Do you take it one week before now? Is it
It would
the
be-
Wednesday prior?
We'll do July 11th.
Yeah, July 11 will be your deadline, but I would just send it to Donald as soon as possible.
July 11 for me to present an attorney and submit documentation, and then we will be scheduled to appear here again on the next full board meeting,
Yes.
which is,
July 18. It's a
July.
Thursday.
okay,
Do you want to be heard, Mr. Buscemi? Mr. Buscemi? All right.
You guys can put your protests on the record since you're here, so that you don't have to come back.
Yeah.
It's a courtesy that we give to the applicants. I know it's inconvenient for you, but you can put your,
I'll be here, so I'm
Right.
asking my clients whether they will.
yeah, you can decide what you want to do.
I'm trying, I'm not sure.
Just because you also want to see what they have, and then you should request the written materials, and everybody should be prepared again
So if
next
they're
time.
not putting it in until the 11th, though, then that's the cutoff.
But you will get it as soon as we get it ready.
I'm not gonna
Unless
wait
you
until
guys
the
can
11th, yeah.
negotiate a date that will work, because since they're here, and just show courtesy and take it outside. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Figure it out.
There's one gentleman that would like to make a statement? No? Okay, we'll be.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I hope the next one is not a liquor store. Did you,
Thanks so much.
is there another liquor store?
Yes.
All right, come back. If you get done with this, come back and then we will, you can either go or we will just adjourn it. Okay.
All right.
Let me, hold on a second. Just, what number is it? 43?
43. So 43, we sent a follow-up email to the representative. There's only, the application only had the representative's email address and not an email address for the business.
Okay.
So we did.
All right, so let's adjourn this, 7:18.
Locust?
Yep.
Yeah.
This is 43 for Locust.
We're adjourning Locust. The board is adjourning Locust until 7:18. It's because the applicant is not here.
Yep. You guys can go and put your comments on the record. But you may want to respond in real time. It's a Thursday. I apologize.
You won't be here, so you want to make a statement? It's all right, if one of the licensees.
Okay, why don't you, do you want to settle? Yeah, he can make a statement if he wants.
Because he's not going to be able to be here.
Okay.
This is Mark Saran.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Saran from Cut Price Liquors. I'm one of the applicants that's closest to Locust Hills. I see, I'm just
Hold on a
stating that, as everybody is, the prices have been, tough with wholesale.
Cut
And
price?
Cut Price Liquors.
Can I just say that we didn't get any figures from you? We need to get your figures.
What? Yeah, look, I thought that the liquor authority received it, and when I got the documentation from the liquor authority, I had a copy of it and I provided it in my submission.
But I don't even have your submission.
Yeah.
Well, I certainly. This is
Oh, wait,
Locust
it's
Liquor
in the other
Experience.
one, sorry.
So I included Cut Price's gross sales
Yeah, yeah,
letter
yeah, yeah.
in my submission.
Okay.
In case it didn't show up anywhere in your files.
Yeah, it's
All right.
here. Hold on a second.
Okay? And I had thought it was, the licensee had sent it in, my understanding.
Okay.
So he would just, since he can't be
Yeah, I
here on
see
the
it here.
18th, he'd just like to make a
Sure,
brief
go ahead.
statement.
Just want to state that sales have been flat. They haven't increased. Like everybody else, prices are up. We didn't increase our prices, so we're just using less profit, to maintain the people that's there.
Okay. We understand. Thank you. Yeah, those numbers are
Thank
reflecting significant drops.
All right.
All right, thank
All right,
you.
so then the 18th.
Yes,
All right,
July
have a good-
18th.
Have a good day, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I just want to make an announcement. There are several items that need a Spanish interpreter. We did request one. They are running late. Should be 30 to 45 minutes until they get here.
All right.
All right, next item is 47, platinum and white wine and liquor.
Good afternoon, members. Max Bookman, Pizetsky and Bookman PC. With me is Eleanor Schotten, an attorney at my firm, as well as Daliana Sloan, one of the two applicant principals. This is a transfer and removal application. Mr. Lin is in opposition, and I'm sure he will tell you just like his last case, all the reasons why transfer and removal applications are in the public convenience and advantage. I liked a lot of the arguments he made in the last case.
So, hold on a second. There are already 3 stores that exist under the same name. Are they all branded the same?
So they all have the same trade name, which is Morton Williams Wine and Spirits. They have different websites, different ordering platforms, different prices, different owners, and of course, different corporate entities.
All right, so I'm going to adjourn this. I'm going to ask Council's office to take a look at this and talk to Mr. Bookman. This is adjourned to August 7th.
Just to the credit of your licensing bureau, they did look into this and request affidavits, and we provided them, and we were really hoping to have this resolved today. We're having landlord issues. Is there a way we can look at the
It's not going to get
affidavits?
resolved today. I'm giving you an opportunity to work with Council's office August 7th.
Commissioner?
August 7th or the July 18th?
Yeah, could we please have the July
August
date?
7th.
Could we please have the July date, Chair? We
No,
know,
it's going to take a while. It's going to take you a while. It's just, it will get adjourned again, so.
August, it's a real problem for us, August 7th. And also, by the way, I'm going to be on paternity leave then. My wife is due July 31st. Can we please do the July meeting? I will lift heaven and earth to talk to council's office.
Chairman, we are getting an enormous amount of pressure. Landlords are not allowing us to hold off on payments, abatements, they're starting eviction proceedings. Where my matter was 14.
I don't understand.
He's trying to help me.
I'm trying to help them. No, it's not right, and it's unfortunate, but we're facing matters that we never did before, that you really.
Okay, I mean, I can put it July 18th,
Thank
but
you.
if, I mean, it takes us time to communicate and.
I'm the attorney in my firm who's handled this. I will be on paternity leave, God willing, August 7th.
You don't look it.
You know.
All right. July 18th.
Thank you.
Commissioner?
I concur.
All right. Next item is 31 through 36, Scott Avenue Associates, Inc.
What number?
It's 31 through 36. So 31, 32.
Just a bunch of ad bars.
Yeah.
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 All the other stores. I don't know who did the work, but we've gotta catch these. 'Cause the public doesn't know that, right? And it looks like we have a chain of liquor stores. And I want to look at all the numbers of how the purchases are done, and it's gonna be a whole thing. So Donald, for the item that we just looked at, make sure that make a note that by the 12 or something, you check in with Shannon and Paul to see if it's ready to go, and if it's not, just get involved in that as far as the calendar. I bet he was not ready, but thank
Are the members ready to proceed?
Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon again, members. Max Bookman and Phil Dorn, Pizetsky and Bookman, PC. With me is Dawson Stellberger. He is a member of the applicant entity. This is an application for an on-premises liquor license that is not subject to the 500-foot law. It is in a highly
No, this is a club license. This is not on premise.
Club, on-premises club. On premises as opposed to off premises like my last application. Pardon. It's one type of on-premises license. It's
So
called-
does the not-for-profit status exist?
Yes, it exists, and we have it. We have bylaws. We submitted bylaws. The entity is formed. It is a not-for-profit entity.
Can you send me those documents?
It is, as I was saying, this application is not subject to the 500-foot law, which is often somewhat unusual in New York City. It is in a highly unsaturated area. By our last count, there were no licenses within 500 feet. It's in an industrial, undeveloped corner of East Williamsburg with not only no licenses in sight, but really no residential units in sight either.
Mr. Bookman,
yes.
I've read what you wrote. Let me make sure I have it right here.
Yeah.
The community board disapproves, right? They don't want till 4 a.m.
That's right.
Your argument is that they're kind of doing a catch-all for all applicants just across the board and not doing an individual assessment.
That's right. And
I understand that you're saying you're describing the location as being completely industrial. The question I have for you and is that we know that the community board represents the community, and the community has an interest in the neighborhood and what the neighborhood is like and maintaining the neighborhood a certain way, I imagine. When I read your papers and thought about this case, it reminded me of the meatpacking area many, many years ago, and how that dramatically changed and how that affected some of the people that live in that community.
Thank you.
It changed the complete character of the community for them. And even though there are not a lot of residents in that area, a project like this or a place like this is going to draw a lot of traffic into that area, coming in from various places. Now, there may be plenty of places to park once they get there, but they're still coming through the neighborhood. And so I wanted you to speak a little bit about those concerns, because it could be a situation where the community board is saying, we want this neighborhood to stay the way it is. We do have to consider their considerations.
Well,
go ahead.
No, thank you, Commissioner, for the attention to the papers. There's a lot in your question, so I hope you'll give me the opportunity to address the various points in it. First, a historical point. This is not the first time this agency has encountered essentially moratoriums or other blanket one-size-fits-all policies that community boards enact or put out, either in formal or informal ways. It's happened before over the years, and the historic practice of this agency has been what's aligned with my papers is if your role, community board, in consulting with the authority is to tell us about your views on this particular application. And when you simply default to a moratorium or an embargo, which is the word that they're currently using for 4 a.m. licenses, then you're really not telling us anything about this particular location. You're just telling us about how, a generalized policy preference for areas in a diverse community like this one, which has, downtown Williamsburg, which is very dense and residential, as well as East Williamsburg. So there's no personalization there, no specificity. And so, your agency has rightfully in the past, CB12, Manhattan was doing it for a while, said we're not going to take cognizance of blanket moratoriums. Number two, I also think there's an interesting comparison to the meatpacking district, but it's not, I don't necessarily draw the same conclusion with respect that you do, Commissioner. New York City is a city of nightlife, and nightlife has historically gone to the places where nobody lives, or very few people live. It was called the meatpacking district, of course, because it was a bunch of meat processing plants and facilities there long before a single person actually lived there. The dynamic that we see, and we see this at conferences, industry conferences, is a common dynamic that's talked about within people who are in the know in the nightlife world. There's summits on this. Is industrial area stops being industrial because those days are over. Buildings lay fallow. Nightlife comes in, makes the area cool. Because they make it cool, residential comes in. The first generation of residents are happy to live there because they moved there to be with the nightlife. But then time continues to pass, and a second generation and third and so on of residents come in. The area has now increased in price, and they don't want the nightlife that sort of made the area what it was. And meatpacking district is, I think, the quintessential example of that. The folks, yes, of course, there are some longtime folks who've always lived in the meatpacking district, but by and large, the reason why you can't get a 4 a.m. license in Manhattan CB2 in the meatpacking district these days is because there are a lot of very expensive condos that are in the meatpacking district, and where people have as is their right, purchased, condo units and want to protect their property value and don't want to see increasing nightlife. But nightlife has got to exist somewhere. And we have a law in New York, in all 5 counties of New York, that allows for 4 a.m. Of course, this authority has the authority to roll that back, et cetera. But there is a baseline understanding from the legislature that 4 a.m. closing has got to exist somewhere. And if it can't exist here at this location under these circumstances, then it really can't exist anywhere. The last thing I'll say in response to your point, Commissioner, is sort of on the community board and traffic. I mean, you raise traffic. Traffic is expressly there for you to consider when it's a 500-foot law case. I mean, one of the things that the 500-foot law does is it says that when an area is legally saturated, there are additional considerations that you need to take into account, like noise, like traffic. And so the reflex to think about how is this going to impact traffic is only natural. But when an application is not subject to the 500-foot law, I would submit to you that there's already sort of been a judgment that we're going to allow 1, 2, and then 3 locations within 500 feet before we've got to really start putting the applicants to the burden of proving to you how they're not going to impact traffic. I think, there's basically an inverse assumption when it's not a 500-foot law case. And so what I'll just close on in responding to all your points is that a community board, I think, I sort of, the underlying sentiment of what you say, I certainly resonates with me, which is that, a community board, it's not just there for the residential areas. They have in their district industrial areas as well, and they may have certain ideas about how the land in that industrial area should be used. But when it's not a 500-foot law case, and the court was clear on this in Circus Disco and in subsequent cases, basically the judgment is it's not yet right for that concern alone, those types of community congestion concerns alone. It's not yet right for those to win the day. And here we have a law that says we're allowed to have up to 3 before those concerns really come into play.
Can I just address a couple of more things?
Please.
One, I understand from the paperwork that I've seen that the applicant did not appear at the April 12th, 2022 community board meeting. Was that because there was a feeling that this was pro forma and nothing was going to be resolved? And I do note that the community board letter that we did get does show the approval of other approvals, not disapproval because of the 4 a.m. Would the applicant consider operating somewhat on a trial basis? Would that work?
Well,
to what the community board proposes, I think it's 2 a.m.
Well, if I could just address that.
Yeah.
So we had a full and fulsome final appearance before the community board after the alleged no-show. And, I don't want to get too much into it. There's 59 community boards in New York City. All of them have different policies. Some are more communicative than others. Some are more organized and sophisticated than others. I have to say that this particular community board, the communications are not great. It's not easy we're not often told of things, and so and their paperwork doesn't always match what we've been told. And so basically what I'm trying to say is we have no idea what they're talking about with the no-show, but what's more important is that we did present a month after. So they said there was a no-show in April of 22. A year later, pardon me. We presented a year later because this was held on for a while, in May of 23. And it was a full and fulsome opportunity there. We came, this wasn't some sort of like default. We made our arguments, but I will tell you, it was full in the sense that we had a chance to present, but it was brief in the sense that they essentially, once they learned that, A, we wanted to be open until 4 a.m. and B, that we didn't sign their pre-printed stipulations for outdoor space, they basically shut off at that point and said, we're disapproving you. So my point in saying that is I don't think there's really a considered judgment from the community board telling you that 2 a.m. is what they want in this location. That's what they do with everybody who wants 4 a.m. They say, sorry, our embargo is against 4 a.m. do 2 AM instead. And what we're saying, and we get that when it's a 500
to
foot
say it's no, why they said no, but it's, it is an outright recommendation to deny, which.
And they could have been here.
For sure is undeniable.
They don't write, they don't write long resolutions like other community boards where they get into their thought process. They could have been here today. They're not. This is all on brand for them.
Who is Dawson Selberger?
Dawson's the older of the two gentlemen here, and he is he's a member of the not-for-profit. He's an officer of their board.
So then who is Matthew, Ian, Gordon? Who are those?
They are founding members of the not-for-profit as well, as reflected in the bylaws of the not-for-profit, entity. As you know, Chair, the law and your rules say, unlike every other type of application, say the only individual to be disclosed is the one person who is appointed as the ABC officer. So there's nothing odd that you're seeing names that are not on the application.
I'm just asking, because there are a lot of different names. And who is Wells? That's your brother? Yes. And he's going to be involved in this as well?
Yes.
And then the ABC officer is Timothy Myers. Who's that?
He is the ABC officer. He's a member in good standing.
He's an employee or?
No. He's an employee who has been made a member in good standing of the company. He's traveling today, couldn't be here, but, again, because.
He's traveling today? His name is on the application. You didn't want to adjourn this when this is a club with 200 employees?
Well, I thought about
Is it really 200 employees?
That's what we put on the application. Chair, I think what you're saying is fair when it's anything other than a club license, but there are a lot of people who are involved in this. And, this is not like your disciplinary matter earlier. I think it's perfectly acceptable with a club license for us to bring to you the individual who is not an ABC officer, but is going to have a major role in this business. And,
I know, but this is all about the operation. So it's hard for us to license essentially a private club that's going to become something of a nightclub because you're in this nightclub district where we have a lot of enforcement problems, overservice, drug deaths. That's
nothing within 500 feet, and Tim was
it's not about the 500 foot. It's the area, and I respect that you're trying to start this, and I want fun places. It's just that if you don't bring your ABC officer, it doesn't really.
We didn't pick this date. He's out of the country. It's not like he's in New Jersey or something. He's out of the country, and again, I just don't think it's essential. We have an individual here who can speak to everything that he would.
The ABC officer is the guy who runs the thing.
Well, I'd like to hear from
the law actually
ABC officer. I also would like to hear from the community board. I understand that they're not here today. I think they should be. There is a reason why they have taken this position. And what you say, Mr. Bookman, is let's take the meatpacking district again. Buildings, the industry started to move out. People started to see a great opportunity to have a unique neighborhood. And maybe you've been in some of the lofts in there. I have, and they are quite unique. And it was much different back in the 80s and 90s than it is now. But those same people who moved there for that reason and perhaps became members of the community board ended up perhaps getting pushed out by all of this influx of business and nightlife, which either they didn't want or the economics pushed them out. And then now a new group comes in, according to your argument, and reaps, I guess, the benefit of that, but at the same time opposes any more changes. It's quite a story there. I'm concerned about neighborhoods. I want people to be good neighbors. We all love where we live. Sometimes I look at these applications and I look at the history, the location and the history, and not this application, other applications, and you see the adverse history, and then you look where the owner lives, and he lives nowhere near. So he's not dealing and living with the consequences of a business that perhaps is not being run as well as it could be. Not saying that that's going to be the case here.
Well, if you let me respond to it. So, because,
I would like to hear from the community board, and I would like to hear from the ABC.
Well, if I could just, because you said a lot, and I think I just have a chance to respond, which is, we have a Court of Appeals case that's from 1980 that's the basis for why the 500-foot law exists, that says that community opposition, concerns like saturation, noise, traffic, et cetera, are not valid grounds for the authority to disapprove a liquor license application. That's why the 500-foot law was created, to overrule the Court of Appeals in that ruling. And the things that you're talking about, Commissioner, while important topics, and I don't mean to disparage them at all, I on a philosophical level, I share the concerns you have, are just legally not applicable when it's not a 500-foot law case. And typically, I had a case when the chair was a commissioner where...
Very good advocacy, Mr. Bookman, as you know, when you don't, perhaps if you don't have the facts, you argue the law, and if you don't have the...
Well, I think I got both.
And if you don't have the law, you argue the facts. And if you don't have either, you jump on the table.
Right, well, I think I've got both here.
We've all heard that as attorneys.
Yeah.
But that's not... There's a bigger picture here, and that's what I'm trying to get to.
I'll just say, when the chair may remember this, when she was a commissioner, I had a beer and wine application where Commissioner Ford and then Commissioner Fan denied the application on these types of issues. It was community concerns, but it was beer and wine, so it wasn't a 500-foot case. Chairman Bradley voted to approve because he felt constrained by what the law said. We did reconsideration, and on reconsideration, your counsel's office said, I don't know exactly what they said, but there was an affidavit because there was litigation afterwards, which Chair Fan as a commissioner signed the affidavit saying, I was advised by my counsel's office that because this was not a 500-foot case, it was inappropriate for me to consider these types of issues, which is why on reconsideration I reversed. I mean, this is not a new story in this agency, and as I say, at just the risk of repeating, nightlife has got to exist somewhere, and that hangs in the balance too. I understand what you're saying about residents. No one lives in this particular plot.
If we're dealing with an untouched area, right? I mean, you are right next to a major club that has lots of public safety issues, and we have also ended up in lots of litigation and drama over the license, and so I think it's fair that we at least want to hear from the ABC officer who will be operating this place. We will offer an opportunity for the community board.
The ABC officer by law is not the only person who operates the place. If you look at what the law...
I get it, I understand, but that's the person that's on the application, so that's the person I can hold accountable. I understand that he's the one who's running this place and created the not-for-profit jacket to operate this place. We're not gonna hear this, so July 18.
Okay.
Is he back? If not, I can go to whenever you're back from paternity leave.
I'm told that we believe he'd be back. If he won't, we'll communicate with your secretary's office.
Okay, July 18, please.
Thank you.
I would like to hear from the community board, if at all possible.
So Donna will call the community board. And it's only advisory.
Right.
All right.
Okay. July 18th. Next is 64. ADDY Hospitality LLC.
No, we had one more.
You?
Yeah.
TIPSY MANDALA.
It was right after.
You need a Spanish interpreter?
No, it's CNC.
That might have been
It's 65?
It's 65. That might have been a mistake.
65?
Why did we adjourn this?
To have the licensee present. Oops, pardon me.
Okay.
So I have more facts for you this time, Chair, if I can just flip to my next page.
Okay.
All right, so this was a $2,000 CNC for operating past the stipulated hours with the community board. So here's the number,
What are the stipulated hours, midnight?
So here's what you need to know. Application was originally approved with stipulations with Queen CB2 for 12 weekends midnight weeknights, 2 a.m. weekends.
Okay.
Midnight weeknights, 2 a.m. weekends. Your inspectors came twice. Once they found people in on a weeknight at 12:47, so that's 47 minutes after they should have closed. And the second night, they found 2 people leaving who are staff members at 2:11, and that was a weekend. So, if you believe that you're still open when staff members are leaving and not, then they were open 11 minutes late. They went back to the community board. The community board has now approved them for 2 a.m. weeknights, 3:30 a.m. weekends. And we filed that method of operation change application with your agency in January. So we didn't have all those facts to bear last time.
All right, just give me one moment. Can you confirm you have that? The method of operation change. Can I go to letter of warning?
Yeah.
And we have the CV stip if you need it.
Yeah, let me see. I just want to see you filed it.
When we filed the method of operation change, the CB stipulations hadn't come in yet. We got approved at the meeting. So our cover letter for the method of operation says we'll give you the stips when we get them. I'm not sure if we've given them to you or we were waiting for a deficiency, but those are them.
All right. All right, so just in general, don't lower your gate and let people in and out, because then it looks like something suspicious is happening behind the gate, and you don't want that because it creates a fire safety problem. That's why our investigators get very concerned, because when you have the gate down, then people feel trapped inside if they're customers. All right. So with that, thanks for the hours, and since you got approval from the community board, I'm going to change this to letter of warning.
Thank you, Chair.
Do we need to, do we have this already?
Yeah,
Or do we need to make it exhibit?
You can have it.
I will also
Don't have it.
concur with a letter of warning.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
I might need that back.
Yeah, you can
It's
have
my
it back.
original.
Give it back.
I'll email it to Maureen.
It's okay, she has it.
She has it, okay.
Maureen has it.
Okay, thank you, members.
Yep, thanks.
All right, so our interpreter's here.
All right.
65B, the Corner 4 Corporation, and if the interpreter can please come up. Mark.
Yep. Hey, how are you doing?
How are you?
Good afternoon. Jonathan Schloss of the law firm of Schloss and Schloss. For the applicant, I have with me my client, Johan Domingo Cabrera of the Corner 4 Corporation. Happy to answer any
And
questions.
Mr. Bookman, for the Scott Avenue location, bring the ABC officer and any other managers, operators, anybody who's going to be in charge there, because you're talking about 200 employees, which sounds like a lot, and whoever is on the team should come, please. Thank you. All right, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm here with my client, Johan Domingo Cabrera, owner of the Corner 4 Corporation, and happy to answer any questions the board may have.
The applicant here is the nephew of a previously denied applicant.
Yes.
And he had loaned money to that previously denied applicant.
Yes, he
I have
did.
that right. Okay.
Which was,
Sorry, he loaned money to the prior licensee loaned money to the applicant,
No,
right?
no.
No, the other way around.
And the prior applicant who was denied, that $15,000 loan was actually on his application. It was fully disclosed.
Right. Yeah, this applicant is his nephew.
Yes.
And he loaned him money on that previous denial.
He was running this bodega.
Okay.
The loan was payable on demand. It wasn't paid back, and instead of paying it back, he said, "Here, just take the corporation," which is what happened, and that was all fully disclosed.
It's not the prior licensee, right? He was the prior applicant.
No, the person who was denied was the prior applicant who was
Right, so
denied.
he never had the license, he was just applying.
He had a. I don't want to misspeak. I believe the prior applicant did have a license at another time, but the current applicant has never had a license at all.
Right, and he loaned him the $15,000 to apply for that application, which was denied. And now he's deciding that he's gonna run the business himself.
Yes, he lives
And
in-
is the person denied gonna be involved in this?
he's a relative, and they all live very close by. There are a bunch of relatives that'll be coming in and out. He may very well be there from time to time, but my client, Mr. Cabrera, is the proprietor, and will be running it.
He was disapproved.
Why was he
And
disapproved?
so,
For cause? What was the cause? Let me see.
He had,
They failed to disclose 2 canceled licenses?
Yeah. On his personal questionnaire, he failed to disclose 2 canceled.
Prior canceled.
Yeah.
Okay.
he misinterpreted handing it up for it being taken.
All right, I'm okay. Are you okay? I mean, what are you gonna do?
I mean,
It's family business.
yeah, you have a letter here, talks about money being loaned, and consideration is the 200 shares of stocks, but it doesn't give us the amount of money that was loaned.
15,000, there was a promissory
No,
note.
I know.
I'm sorry.
Not in this letter that I'm seeing here. Oh, I see what you're saying. Wait, hold on a second. Oh,
This is just for the temporary, so we haven't gotten that far as
Okay.
financing yet.
all right.
Certainly that will be looked into. And if you wanted to see the application, the permanent application, just let us know.
Okay. I'll vote to approve.
All right, I'll vote to approve as well. Thanks for coming in.
And that's on the permit or the license?
That's on the permit,
Okay,
and the license do not need to come back here.
okay, all right.
All right,
Thank you. That was approved on
All right. What
Thank
else?
you.
What else? What else? Let's
We have a
go.
few more.
Okay. Come on, you're saying hello. I'm saying hello.
Thank you.
Wait, don't leave yet. There are a few more.
Next is 28.
No, we're
Blue
gonna
Sky
call it.
Bar, Inc.
28.
28, Blue Sky Bar, Inc.
You're the new lawyer?
No, I'm here Mr. Kara couldn't make it here. He's at a Supreme Court hearing. So I'm familiar with the case. I actually did the prior license, and I also know Ms. Sanchez. We were trying to help her when she was struggling with the previous representative. If you read the little synopsis, this has gone on for kind of a long time, and Mr. Womkowski, God bless him, he can't really do this properly.
This is 28.
You handled the applicant's previous application, not this one?
I filed an application for the previous licensee in 2018, then we filed a change in class in 2019. The premise has been licensed since 1994, actually. And it's been the same thing 30 years. But the 500-foot rule
So
questionnaires.
let
were
me just ask
terrible.
you, it's a tavern with 3 employees, 2 security guards, recorded music.
Yes.
And a DJ?
Yes.
And no dancing?
No.
And 2 a.m. across the board?
Yes.
And you have a prior license that you held
Burned down.
that has a clean record?
Yes.
What's the parking situation?
There's 2 municipal parking lots, one directly across the street and one to the left.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry that you didn't qualify for a term prior to this. You have a great record with the agency, so I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner?
I'll also vote to approve.
Ms. Sanchez.
Thank you.
You're welcome, thank you.
Thank you.
With the hours that she said?
2 a.m.
With 2 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And the method of operation she stated?
It's 2 security guards, 3 employees, recorded music, DJ, no dancing.
Basically what you said to her?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, next that needs an interpreter is 65A BK Taco Factory, #1 Corp.
All right. No, you have to apply for the temporary permit.
Do we have one on file? Do you,
They got denied.
Operating on a temp, and then they took it away.
I have to look
You have
at,
to like recon the temp.
yeah.
I can do that.
Go
ask
ahead and
for-
recon the
ask
temp.
for recon on the temp.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Yep.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Eddie Estrella. I'm the accountant for the applicant. This is a Mexican restaurant, primarily functioning as a Mexican restaurant from 10 o'clock in the morning to 12 o'clock midnight. It's been operated by the applicant and his family. On March 2024, we applied for a temporary permit, and it was requested for us to come to the full board to talk about the
You
situation.
have a temp or you don't have a temp?
No, we don't have a temp
You
yet.
don't have a temp.
This is for the temp.
This is for the temp.
Yes.
The same as the 78 that you gave me?
Yes. So, how did he find this place?
Tengo un socio que me recomendó que trabajaba ahí en el estado así.
I have a partner that he recommended it to me because the place was there and empty.
I see. And you just decided to keep the same name?
Y tú decidiste mantener el mismo nombre.
Porque ya,
Yes.
ya había una clientela ahí.
Yeah, because we have a number of clients already.
Meaning that the restaurant already had clients.
El restaurante ya tenía clientes.
Sí, anteriormente
Yes.
seguían el mismo
Previous-
concepto.
previous-
Okay, how long was it out of business, do you
¿Qué
know?
tiempo estuvo fuera de negocio? No, really. Eso no.
Do you have another restaurant? You have another license?
¿Tienes otro porque
What is
tienes
that,
licencia?
what is that called?
¿Cómo se llama? Astoria Taco Factory.
Okay. Were you here recently?
¿Estuviste aquí recientemente? Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm okay with it.
You're the president of SNN Food Corp?
Yes, sí. ¿Eres presidente?
That's,
Yes.
that's the
No.
corp,
¿Eso es una corporación?
Una corporación.
Yes, corp.
yeah, and is that the corporate name of the restaurant?
Y
The other restaurant?
Y el nombre de la corporación es de restaurante.
Es en.
El nombre de la corporación es el nombre del restaurante. Yes.
No, ese
No,
es, no. Es un subname.
This is another name, sub-name.
Is that another restaurant?
No, it's another name.
No, it's another name, right, but for the same restaurant. It's a
Para el
corporate
mismo
name of-
restaurante. Yes.
Okay. And are you the principal manager of that
¿Cuál
restaurant?
es el principal manager de ese restaurante?
¿En el BK o Taco? ¿O en Astoria?
¿En Astoria o
The one under SNN Food Corp, the one that's
the one
running.
in San Food Court?
You have a manager there?
¿Tienes un manager ahí?
All right, so you'll be available to be at this location from 10 to 6?
¿Estás disponible para estar en este lugar de 6 a 10?
Yo mi familia.
He and his family.
Uh-huh. Okay, you gonna vote to approve?
Yep.
I vote to approve also.
Y el voto todo para que te-
All right, I vote to approve. Thank you.
So
Members,
do we have to come back for the
No,
permit? No? Thank you so much, Commissioner.
no, thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Good luck.
All right, another one that needs an interpreter is 60 Restaurant Ashley Sabor, Central Americano, Inc.
All right.
Good morning, Board. Jeffrey Florestal, here on behalf of Counsel of Record Alvin Spitzer. My client is to the left, Walter Ramirez.
Okay. How long have you had this business?
¿Qué tiempo que tienes ese negocio? Since 2020.
2020, wow, okay. Are you okay with that?
Argument request.
It's 2020.
Yes, section. Give me a second.
2021.
And you want to extend hours to 4 a.m.
¿Quieres extender las horas a las 4 de la mañana? Yes.
and also add jukebox music?
Y añadir dos micrófonos para que de música. Yes.
Is there any other kind of music that you want to add?
¿Hay otro tipo de música que quieras añadir?
Quiero poner DJ.
I want to have a DJ on weekends.
DJ on weekends, and right now, what do you have? Recorded music or no music?
We have the box, the recorded music, yeah.
So right now you have recorded music, but you only requested to add jukebox music, which is same as recorded music.
Solamente solicitaste tener dos cajas de música.
I mean, it's not, but.
It's one box. It's a Rocola.
Did you notify the city?
Okay.
Did he notify the city?
Notify the city of.
About this request and change in hours?
No, it's not required.
No,
Is that required?
No, not required on a method of operation.
Really? That's interesting.
All right. Are you okay with DJs on the weekends?
Yeah, if it's not required that the.
No, they don't, municipality don't get a say. But there's no violation
Yeah,
and
Otherwise, yeah.
no complaints.
I'm fine. I just wanted to hear their input. Okay, I'm all right.
All right, thanks for coming in. I'm going to vote to approve 4 a.m. across the board, DJs on the weekends, recorded music, otherwise only jukebox music is allowed now. Security guard is needed, please, because it's 4 a.m.
Necesitas un buen día de seguridad. Y va a probar hasta las 4 de la mañana con DJ los fines de semana. Y la caja y la Rocola los demás días.
Okay. So, no third-party promoters?
No tienes ningún socio de ser aparte promotor. No.
Meaning that you rent your space out and then you sell tickets for events? You're not allowed to do that?
Quiere decir que tú rentas el lugar y vendes los tickets para algún evento.
Nunca lo he hecho.
I never done that.
Yeah, I know. I'm just telling you, like 4 a.m., you get a DJ, people start coming to you saying, can we rent your space out for promoted events? You know, then they got Instagram and, you know, all this, you know, packaging and marketing, and you don't want to give up your control over your liquor license over that way.
No, that's fine.
So back in the day, we used to require you to have certain number of security guards.
Antes se requería que tuvieras varios guardias de seguridad.
Antes?
Before, yeah.
No.
And before, and you know, there are some challenges in this area sometimes, but we stopped doing that.
Hay algunos problemas en esa área. Entonces, ¿dejaste de hacer eso?
Acerca de mi área, no.
No,
So-
my area is quiet.
Okay, great. So I'm just going to ask you to use your judgment. However, if you do hire a security guard, it has to be a licensed security guard by New York State.
Ella lo que te pide que uses tu juicio y que cuando la situación lo requiera, contrates un guardia de seguridad que tenga licencia de guardia de seguridad por el estado de Nueva York.
Okay. Sí, lo haré.
I will do that.
I will.
Okay.
All right, Commissioner.
All right, vote to
Yeah,
approve.
I also vote to approve, and very good interpreter.
Oh, good.
He's definitely the best.
Can we play music to dance there?
And when you get
You want
the-
dancing now?
The DJ. Yeah, you know, sometimes the people he want to.
See, you got a smart lady behind you.
Yeah.
I mean, why not? I'll go with dancing. Why not?
Thank you.
Okay with dancing?
I'm okay.
Thank you.
Dance
Que
away.
bailen, que bailen. Let's go.
Bye.
All right, thank you.
All right.
What about fireworks?
But when you dance, you cannot move the tables, okay? That's a different thing. No dance floor. Okay, no nightclub, no lights, all, you know, nothing, okay? It's a restaurant that you can have a DJ and dancing in a corner, okay? Okay? All right.
We have one more.
Yeah,
and to go.
Oh,
for him,
all right,
and then we
I'll
can let him go. Can you
do
hold on for 1 second so we can let
I'll
him
do
go?
that. I'll do that.
All right, we have
All right.
one more with the interpreter. It's 57, 58, and 59. La Cabana Restaurant.
Fifty-seven.
Oh, this is,
Hi, everybody.
I actually think that I need to go to the bathroom. I'm sorry.
All right, no problem. We can wait.
Yeah.
All right.
This is gonna be not that, this is gonna be.
Yeah, this is a lot here.
We'll,
All right, I'm sorry.
we'll go off the
No
record
worries.
for a brief recess. All right, we're back on the record after a brief recess. So again, that's 57, 58, and 59, DBA La Cabana Restaurant.
Hi, everybody. I'm sure you remember this matter from last time. This was a CNC offer. I'm Matt Colton from Hellbound Levy, by the way, representing the applicant, ERCILIA Rodriguez Rosado. So this was a CNC offer to settle 3 separate notice of pleadings that we got.
So who's with you?
So I'm going to kick it over to Rosanna, who's Ercilia's granddaughter, to introduce the rest of the team. As we talked about last time, Ercilia, although very much involved with the operations of the restaurant still, is not well enough to come in person. So this is part of the management team and her family that's been helping her out in recent months.
Okay.
All right. Hi, how are you? Good afternoon, board. My name is Rosanna Pimentel. I am the granddaughter. I am also the assistant manager. With me, I have.
And how long have you been there?
I've been there about 20 years.
Oh, wow, okay.
On my right is my uncle. His name is ADDY Rodriguez. He's Ercilia's son. He's the night manager. And on my left, you have Anna Pimentel, which is also her daughter. And she's the day manager.
Okay. And that's not your mother?
My grandmother, no.
No, but that's
That's my
your
mother,
mom.
yes.
Okay,
Yes, that's my
alright.
mother.
You introduce her as the daughter of the licensee. Fair enough. Okay.
And as we discussed last time, due to Ercilia's recent health issues, we are going to be transferring this license. And it'll likely go to a collection of the rest of the family. And we'll obviously submit personal questionnaires when all that happens to get everybody on the license.
Are there other family members that help also run this place?
Yes, of course. There's another aunt, which is also her daughter. Her name is Maria Vargas. We also have Rachel Pimentel, which is my sister as well. So it's pretty much family run.
Also your sister. Oh my God. I don't know. I don't want to take the business away. So, all right, hold on a second. We're just looking into.
Each case was the same. Different agent? Same one. Targeting?
I understand.
Yeah. Still a problem, though.
I mean, it happened.
What does that say? Oh.
We're responsible.
You know, I mean, at this point, they already came, so. Yeah.
Balance of the two.
And the ATAP training?
Yeah, ATAP training. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. All right.
Best. This is from last time we were discussing.
What is
A security plan.
Yeah. Did they? What is it?
Okay. Obviously, you know the concern that we have, right?
We
This
do.
is 1, 2, 3, 4 sales to minors, and over the course of 4 different days. So that's a real concern. We really appreciate the remedial efforts that you've taken. Appreciate that this is a family business. It's been around for a while. We're still going to want to know what is the plan going forward? What is the security plan that you have going forward?
Okay.
Yeah. So part of our packet was we submitted a security contract. So before this incidents had happened, we hadn't had
Not submitted.
Right. We submitted a new security contract. That means there's going to be a security guard on premises during busier days and hours, specifically Wednesdays and weekends. As per the plan. ID scanners, that's not something that we had before. So that's going to be implemented in, and just new signage and things around the establishment to let people know that we're taking this extremely seriously and to try to prevent people from even trying in the first place. And then those scanners and the security guards are there as an extra layer of defense.
How many bartenders at the place?
How many bartenders?
It's basically about 2
Okay.
bartenders, but what we mainly serve is pina coladas, it's cocktails,
How long,
pretty much.
how long have those two bartenders been with you?
Is, I would say our employees have over 5 years older than them.
Okay. Have they ever had ATAP training?
ATAP?
It's a tips training basically to prevent people from selling to minors and things, not over serving customers. And that kind
Okay.
of stuff.
No. I mean, is that something that I can do? Because I'm very much involved in retraining every employee necessary.
I think it's something that the bartenders should do.
Mhm.
Yep.
Okay.
And we're happy to stipulate to that they'll all be tips training.
Okay. Really, I mean, this is you're mostly serving fried chicken?
Mm-hmm.
What are
We
your
mostly
hours?
serve food.
What are your hours?
We open at around 11:30. Usually we're done by 1:30, 2 o'clock. Employees are out.
Okay.
Weekends, we go a little bit further.
Weekends, you go maybe to 4 a.m.?
Mm-hmm, correct.
Okay. And you don't play music or anything like that? Do you play music?
Background only.
It's pretty much, yeah, just like we'll have like what's it called, a jukebox?
A jukebox?
Mm-hmm. We have one, and we also have like speakers that will connect to our phone.
It's all background though. It's not live music or DJ or anything like that.
Okay, so their application actually suggests that they have no music. So if you do a change of, you probably need to file a change of,
To add background music
yeah,
to the new
to add
application.
recorded music.
Absolutely.
So if we wanted to add music, we have to.
Apparently the license didn't have music on it. So we can
So
add it in when we try.
here's the situation, as the commissioner said, there are 4 charges of sale to minor on different dates, which generally by the 4th one, it's automatically a cancellation. There's sort of a, unwritten rule of thumb that we follow.
Mm-hmm.
They're all on different dates. However, because of the closeness of the prosecution and the timing of how this all happened, this all came up in one case and it's being presented to you in one case. Do you need to translate?
Bueno, estoy muy bien yes.
Okay, go ahead. You want to?
Entonces, como el caso, en un espacio de tiempo corto, todo aparece también en un caso. No, en un caso, no en 4 casos separados.
However, I want to acknowledge that your restaurant has been in existence for 20 years.
I'm sorry, Chair. We've been in existence for 40.
Oh, for
The
40,
license
okay,
has
well, the
been about
license have been in
20
existence for
plus.
20, okay, well, even more serious then. And we certainly don't want to take a neighborhood stable away and because of the closeness of the events, and it's one charge and one sale, it's very different from other situations where we've had a collection of college students. It looks like this was 4 sales to the same agent, so it's really unclear why there was this sting operation that happened 4 times in a row in the second half of 2023. And so with all of that said, and thank you for showing up, and like the commissioner said, we realize that, the family is dependent on this operation, and so I'm going to accept your offer of $5,000. I see your submitted license security guard plan, and the existence of the ID scanner. I hope that you actually will use it after a certain hour, or I don't know what time these happened, but I would really encourage you to use the scanner. I'm also going to additionally, as the commissioner suggested, require ATAP training for every single adult who works in this establishment.
I concur with those conditions. When you have something like this happen and it appears to be the same agent, you kind of become a little bit of a target, and you have to keep that in mind, that you may get a few more visits, you know? So wish you the best.
Actually, I don't know if it goes on record, but we did notice that, and we have made it our priority to also have a relationship with that precinct.
Okay.
Just to know what's going on, what are we doing wrong, you know? So we're pretty much getting involved in that part as well.
That is a great idea, and that's wonderful. So I wish you the best. I concur with the recommendation of the chair.
Thank you.
So the members added a condition with every worker obtaining ATAP training. Do you accept that now?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And how would they show you that, Donald?
Certificates.
Okay.
So if you take a certified ATAP training, one that's been certified by the State Liquor Authority, you should be receiving valid, like certificates upon completion.
No problem. We'll get that done as soon as possible. Get that over to you. Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, so maybe we should put a time limit on when, maybe within 3 months, that these certificates are submitted. Everyone take the training.
3 months.
By October,
Is that,
end of September.
do they have?
So that's gonna be a little difficult with the civil penalty, because we also have the
I know.
alternate penalty that are now.
That's a
kind of
problem.
It's usually 28 days for the civil penalty. Do you
be
think
paid?
that's enough to get ATAP training for everyone?
We can try to
28 days.
facilitate it as soon as possible. I mean, I don't necessarily know the turnaround on getting a certificate for it, but if it's doable within 28 days, we'll do it.
Okay, and if you need more time, communicate with my office.
100%, yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
before the 20 days.
okay,
Yes,
just make sure
yes.
that you guys stay in touch, because you don't want the system to then cancel by,
100%, yeah.
all right, 28 days.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Good luck.
And I want to see certificates for at least the 5 family members that were mentioned and the 2 bartenders. So that's 7 people at the very least. Okay? All right, thank you very much. Thanks for coming in.
All right, thank you, Mr. Escobar.
Well, sorry for being late. It was confusion and scheduling.
Okay,
No.
well, you were
No,
here.
you're
You did
fine.
good. Thank you.
Hope to see you again.
Thank you.
Next is 64, ADDY Hospitality LLC.
Doesn't affect me. I'm here. I'm here.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Nino Caridi, here on behalf of ADDY Hospitality LLC. To my right is a member of the LLC, Frank Antonetti. This is a conditional no contest that was on at the last meeting, and Chair Fan, you had asked it to be adjourned for the licensee to be present. And since then, we have submitted some supplemental information and documents to the board, kind of just to distinguish some of the remarks that were made about the restaurant acting more of a nightclub than a restaurant.
Right.
If you'd like me to
Did you submit it
elaborate
for last time, or you submitted it? Let me just see. Hold on a second.
for this time.
Okay, yeah, I have it. All right. Dated insurance info. All right, so go ahead.
Just to, I guess, clarify on that distinction, this is an establishment that was opened in 2017 with no adverse history with respect to its liquor license. It's a food-focused restaurant with a chef-driven menu. We supplied a copy of the menu to show the menu items that are curated by a Culinary Institute graduate head chef at the restaurant. And so it's a food-focused restaurant. The marketing company that's retained by this establishment is solely a food-focused marketing company. They only market for restaurants. If you go on the social media, it's every item that's posted on the social media is a menu item. It's not while it has made itself to be a nice destination on the weekends for the nightlife. The focus is on the restaurant, and it's open for lunch on the weekends. It's open for dinner every night of the week, with different events during the week, trivia nights,
I
bingo
mean,
nights,
it's
things
hard
like
for
that.
me to believe anything that's you're saying, because you can't be telling me you're a restaurant and all your posts are food. I get that, but then you also filed method of operation change to add a DJ, so.
Well, it was.
And you were telling me that you don't want to be a nightclub, so
Well, on the weekends, to allow to have a DJ on the weekends, it would be nice so that we're not in violation of any of the current stipulations on the license.
So on the weekends, you want to be a night entertainment spot.
Want to be able to have a DJ, as we had mentioned in the method of operation that application that we submitted. No dancing, just a DJ, to have a DJ.
Right, because the charges involve DJ, lots of dancing, kitchen closes at 10 p.m. Is that still the case?
No, that was never the case. It was just a misunderstanding, but we have made assurances that the full menu is available at all hours of operation.
And the fire marshal also said that you don't have a public assembly permit.
So that in our submission, we submitted a copy of the approved outdoor dining plan, but also correspondence with the public safety officer from the town of Huntington. And it's been a continuous outdoor dining permit that had been issued since inception. The renewal was delayed in processing because of the insurance certificate wasn't worded properly for the neighboring restaurant that the owners also operate. But the town, because of the relationship that my client has with the town, they kind of were treating the applications together as opposed to separate. But that has since all been resolved.
The website says you're a sports bar.
Well, it's an elevated sports bar. I can let my client speak to the restaurant
And
itself.
It looks like there's a part that's like a bar restaurant. Then there looks like an open space, completely open, almost like a club. And then there's what appears to be an outdoor space. Do I have that right?
Yes, the bar side, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. On the bar side of the restaurant, we actually installed a permanent bar rail to prevent there from being an open space for too much dancing. On the other side, we have all tables and chairs. The other side, we have a long shuffleboard table that's, kind of just like a board game and a photo booth. So we didn't put any dining on that side, but we did install a long bar rail with bar stools and seating on that side to make sure that it wasn't specifically to avoid that kind of becoming a dance floor.
And you were charging a cover for entry at one point?
In the very beginning, I think maybe year 1 or 2, there was a few events that we had that were UFC fights and like a few boxing matches that were marquee events that we charged the cover for, just to recoup some of the costs that it takes for us to obtain the commercial distribution license to play those. But ever since then, we actually stopped that. Pre-pandemic, we haven't charged the cover in, I'd say, probably 4 years.
I know, but all right, I'm gonna counter at 5,000, and the method of operation application should come here. All right, look at that.
I concur.
We'll accept that.
All right, thank you.
Accepting
Thank
here.
you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Next is 3, La Negra VERO Corp.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Mark Benilla. I represent La Negra VERO Corporation. I'm here joined with the licensee, Ms. Rosado. If I may, I appreciate.
Yes, sir.
What happened previously. We're here again because my client is seeking a full liquor license. And when we initially came, you folks raised the issue regarding a gun incident at the location. I was completely unaware of that. You were kind enough to allow me an adjournment so that I could reach out to the police department, which I did. When I spoke with the police chief, Warner, he indicated to me that he was going to reach out to the state liquor authority, and because he did not have anything that he could give me that I could submit to the board here. So, but he said he would reach out to the SLA, and so at the subsequent next hearing, when I got here, you folks did not hear from Chief Warner. So you were kind enough to give me one last adjournment so that I could meet with the mayor, which I did, and spoke with the mayor. He did provide me a letter. I did send it to you folks. Fortunately, it was late yesterday, so I apologize for the tardiness.
Okay, I got it.
He was away at a conference.
You saw that, right? Okay.
Yeah. Have it here.
All good.
But basically, what we're hoping for is to be able to move up in class, and for the most part, do everything that he's done before. Just have the ability to serve, full liquor licenses.
I see the letter that we got from the mayor. The issue here, there were a couple of issues. One at the 500-foot hearing, based on the information provided, the ALJ determined it was not possible to determine the full impact of the method of operation on the community. Apparently, the Village of Hempstead said only recorded music. There were some health code violations, but we can get past that. And that they wanted everything to be turned off by 2 a.m. Well, first of all, would that be acceptable?
Of course. I mean, when I spoke with the mayor, he didn't raise any of those issues with respect. When I spoke with him, again, the issue that I did, I mean, you look at his letter says specifically, after careful review and investigating former incident, he says that I apologize, this microphone, he says that they're running well and there's no issue. So they're doing the right thing. I think unfortunately, there was, minor issues in terms of the 2 hour. I don't know if you're aware, but the village did give us an extension till 3 o'clock. And I was part of that. I was actually sat in the village's board meeting when they passed the resolution. So it should be to 3 o'clock.
Well, what I have here is that they only want recorded music and closing at 2 a.m. Do you have a copy of anything?
I don't physically, I certainly can get it to you, to the board. I didn't think that was going to be an issue, but.
He says that the village has agreed to 3 a.m., but what I have is that they only wanted recorded music and closing at 2 a.m.
Okay. Okay. What do you want to do?
All right, well, I certainly accept your representation as an attorney, right?
Really?
I'd be okay with it, conditioned on you getting me something in writing.
Absolutely.
That they're fine with 3 a.m.
Of course.
And you're fine with just recorded music?
Yes.
I don't know, what do you think?
I'm okay with it, and you're okay with it?
All right, well, that would be my recommendation.
Thank
All
you.
right, so
Thank you, Commissioner.
I will approve 3 a.m., recorded music only. And condition.
The condition that I provide.
That you provide me,
Absolutely.
something in writing
I
from the
appreciate
village that they're okay.
Great, thank you.
All right, I'm going to vote to approve as well.
Thank you,
With the
Chair.
same conditions, correct?
Yes, since the mayor supports it, it's his village, so I'm gonna let him decide.
Thank you again.
Donald, I just want to go back on item 65A.
Thank you again.
Yes,
Okay.
when we voted on BK Taco Factory #1 Corp.
Okay.
I failed to put the conditions on the license. And I am okay with all the things they applied for. I just did not grant the bathroom waiver, and so I just want to put that on the record. You can call them and say that we went back and granted the bathroom waiver if the commissioner would agree, and midnight across the board, as they had said, recorded music, karaoke, DJ, live mariachi music with dancing, no private events, no third-party promoters, no security guards.
And that's all they applied for?
Yeah, that's all they applied for.
That's a temporary, right?
Yes, that's the temp.
Licensing can put those conditions on.
Yes. Yes.
I concur.
Okay. I knew there was a bathroom waiver, I forgot.
Next is 2-001. It's a request for a declaratory ruling for 147 West 4th Street in Manhattan. Again, that's 2-001.
Good afternoon, Donald Bernstein on behalf of the applicant for a new on-premises liquor license. This is a request for a declaratory ruling that the premises at 147 West 4th Street in Manhattan are grandfathered under the 500-foot law, which has a statutory provision allowing for grandfathering if the premises are deemed continuously licensed. Here, the last license was issued to Volare Restaurant, which was operating continuously from March 1977 until it was a casualty of COVID and had to close in August of 2021. Even before then, we found evidence that the space was used as a restaurant going back to the 1920s, presumably not licensed until after Prohibition, but licensed for probably about 90 years. We have also attached a letter from the landlord attesting to some of these facts. Right after.
That license, though, expired in February 28, 2022, right?
That's when it was set to expire. The information that we have, though, is that it was in effect that the license became inactive in August of 2021. So I'm assuming it was surrendered at the time that the premises closed.
Okay.
Right after that, I think 4 months later, as attested to by the landlord, they signed a lease with a new entity for a restaurant that was supposed to build out and open a restaurant, apply for a liquor license. For whatever reason, they never did. And it took the landlord some time to get them out. They finally terminated that lease in June of 2023. So it sat vacant under a lease to operate as a restaurant for that period of time. My clients then took the space. Within a month after that, we immediately filed for this request. This request was filed last August of 2023. My client signed the lease in September of 2023, and we filed the application with the authority in December of 2023.
So, Mr. Bernstein, I'm confused. You're saying that Volare Restaurant ceased operating in August 2021.
Yes.
Their license was due to expire February of 2022. But you're saying that the premises was still under a leasehold until June of 2023?
Yeah, there was a new lease after Volare left. Excuse me, and the landlord makes mentions of this and notes this point in the letter. The landlord signed a new lease with a new company.
Is that a restaurant or not a restaurant?
Yeah, it was supposed to be a restaurant. It was for a restaurant. The landlord says they were supposed to apply for a liquor license. The landlord says, we don't know why. They never moved in. They never filed an application. They had a lease for a year. Finally, it was terminated. Right after it was terminated, my client took the space, signed a lease the following month, and then we made this request for a declaratory ruling. So the total period of time from when Volare surrendered its license until the time we made the request was exactly 2 years. And during that intervening period, a lease was given to someone else to open a restaurant that they just never did. But the intent was for them to open a restaurant. So the landlord was acting diligently to rent it out. Space was licensed for over 43 years, probably long before that. And there's been no intervening use.
All right.
Is it correct to say, Mr. Bernstein, then, that although the intent was to use it as a restaurant, it did not operate as a restaurant, but nothing else operated in that space?
Correct. And the landlord says there was no other intervening use.
And for our purposes, the COVID exemption ended in September of 2022 for New York State. You applied October of 11th of 2023.
We applied, I believe the filing receipt is December of 2023. We made this request in August of 23.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So under those circumstances, we believe, and consistent with prior rulings, that it's can be deemed continuously licensed for 500-foot rule purpose. So as an aside, just to give you some comfort, we do have an agreement with the community board. There's been no issue with this. And just
And
another
did the
note.
500-foot hearing already happen?
We did have it. We had to comply, so we complied under protest, was fully reserving rights. The ALJ did find that we meet public interest test, which, again, I don't think it's applicable. I would note in the 500-foot rule ALJ report, they got the hours of operation wrong. They said we close at 10 p.m. I don't know where that came from. It's 2 a.m. across the board, which is what our stipulation with the community board says.
So doesn't that make this moot?
Exactly.
No, it doesn't, and it's important for us for two reasons. One of which is, assuming the governor signs this law, which we all hope she does, under that temp permit, we have to close by midnight. Our license with our agreement with the community board should be till 2 a.m. We don't open till 5 p.m., so that 2 hours is really very important. And if we're not subject to the 500-foot law, we don't have that restriction. We can remain open under a temp permit until 2 a.m. This space has been licensed longer than any restaurant I've been involved in all the years I've been doing this.
All right, I'm okay with it, but I hope there's that day when we don't need to do this to get the extra 2 hours, right?
I hope, I
Hopefully
agree with you there.
We don't
Chair
have a
Finn.
backlog and we're not doing this gymnastics and creating delays on our end to get an extra 2 hours. So,
And I think the number of places that have been licensed prior to the 500-foot law are dwindling.
fair enough. And as the commissioner said, I think that moving forward, we are going to generally agree that COVID-related disaster ended in September of 22 for anybody else who is listening and is concerned about our ruling on this front. With that, I'm going to vote to approve that and determine affirmatively that the property at 147 West 4th Street is grandfathered and outside of the 500-foot consideration for the purpose of this application.
I concur with those findings and also vote to approve.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thanks.
Temporary was conditionally approved, so you can just meet the
Yes.
conditions and then it'll be issued as normal, okay? You're welcome.
Next is number 5, Area 516 Nightclub, Inc.
You have to note on there that that it's
Good afternoon,
2 a.m.
distinguished board members. My name is Robert
Yeah,
Fadney. I'm
because-
the attorney
so that
representing
the
Area
investigators
516 Nightclub,
don't get
Inc.
confused.
And to my right here is Janelle Pineda. He's the licensee at issue in this proceeding.
I'm sorry, what number are we on?
Number 5.
All right.
Yeah, that's the stuff.
What's the issue? What are you?
Oh, don't have a history here. This was a nightclub, no longer in existence. Is that
That's
correct? And he wants to become a restaurant now?
That's correct.
The business license was revoked. So that is very, very rare.
It was challenged and the district court upheld their decision to revoke the license. And Mr. Pineda has decided not to pursue any further challenges. Instead, to convert the premises to a Mexican restaurant. He's already operating 2 other Spanish restaurants in the Freeport area. So he has significant experience in the restaurant business. And he went so far as to get the planning approved by the village for a restaurant, which they did approve. I didn't submit that with the materials, but I do have a copy here if necessary.
They already approved it or they have not approved it?
They have approved it.
Okay. So.
And he's signed a new lease with the landlord for a restaurant.
Why aren't you just taking a cancellation? Because these charges are extremely serious and it sounds like you're better off just taking a cancellation.
Well, we
You
need
have
the,
pretty significant history as well
we need the
over,
liquor license because the restaurant's going to serve alcohol.
you've paid 12.5 in penalties and there's a shooting, lots of violence, locked exits.
But again, all those incidents occurred outside of the premises.
Locked exits?
I'm sorry?
Locked exits?
Locked exits are not outside.
Apparently somebody was struck in the head with a bottle.
I can't dispute that, but I can tell you that the nightclub is gone. No more police presence, no more police being called, no more security guards. It's gone. It's come to an end. And I think that serves a better purpose of the community, to have a restaurant there rather than a vacant building. The landlord has agreed with that. He's encouraged that for many years, as I have. And Mr. Pineda has seen his way clear to pursue that course of action.
When you say village approved, I have 2 things here. So let me pose the question to you. I have village approved the building plans, but that approval of the location as a restaurant is pending.
No, the
Planning board was approved already.
the planning board approved the,
Restaurant.
for the restaurant. I can show you a copy of their approval.
Okay.
Can I hand that
I'd
up?
like to see that.
Okay.
2 copies.
And Mr., you should know that Mr. Pineda is in the process of getting a business license approved for the restaurants, a business license. This is the building plans for the restaurant.
Okay.
Because right now, the business license for a nightclub has been revoked. So there's no license issued by the village right now.
Right.
That application is pending.
So to the chair's point, why not take the cancellation?
When you say cancellation of the liquor license?
Yeah. It's in safekeeping. If you take the cancellation,
Well, he renewed it, so it's out of safekeeping now. We were kind of thinking to change the classification of the license to a restaurant.
Still
Can
in
that be done?
safekeeping. The license is still in safekeeping. He's not operating, correct?
I'm sorry?
He's not operating?
It's closed down right
You
now.
have the license.
if I were you, the most economic way to move forward here is to take a cancel. We take your bond. So that's $1,000 that's already in the bond, at the bond company. And then apply for a clean license.
You okay with
So then this history is not on there, but then the history of this place is not gonna be on your restaurant, which is a good thing. But then your name is gonna have a cancel bond attached to it, which in the future, I just want to be very clear that it may affect you if one day you want to run a nightclub again. If you're just going to be running restaurants, because I know that you have 2 other businesses that have clean licenses.
No more license, no more.
No more nightclub.
No.
You sure?
Yeah.
You're not going to change your mind?
Yeah, they don't want nightclubs over there.
Because there are people that pay a fine in order to not get a cancel and bond so that in the future it doesn't show. And it's not to say that a future board won't give it to you.
Right.
These violations have been around, not just these.
I know, this is
numerous
like almost 2 years in making at this point, and you've been obviously running around and doing a lot of this. So I'm just gonna then counter at cancel and bond, and you do not have to pay the fine. And then you just apply for a new license.
Be able to get a new one?
Your-
Yeah.
your application
If you.
will need to go to
Temporary
the
one
members
if I
if you're
apply
canceled.
also?
Yeah, I mean, the application will come here and hopefully the system is moving fast enough that we're still here. And we'll talk at that time.
Okay.
Is any estimated time limit on how long that would take to get approved? Because he's gonna you plan to open up the restaurant
In about 2 months.
So with so you would be able to apply for a temporary retail permit.
Right.
If you get
Okay.
canceled, the temporary retail permit can come to the members,
Okay.
which is a little bit quicker than the permanent license, and
I
then,
see. Okay.
okay.
Okay, we'll accept that.
It's a little bit of wait, but then it gives you a clean license to start over.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
And that's better.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much.
Yep. Because then you have to go and explain to the next board that, oh, but that was a thing that happened under the nightclub and we changed it. And that's like a lot of drama to have to explain.
Do you want to think this cancel and bond over? Because right now it's a counter offer, which means you will
Well, we
get a
accept
letter.
that offer.
Okay, all right.
All right.
I agree with cancel and bond. Do we need to make this part of the
Yes,
resolution?
you did, please.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right, good luck. Better luck next time, rather. All right.
Next is 9. It's 14 Avenue C LLC.
All right, oh my gosh.
Good afternoon. My name is Frank Palillo, and I am joined by
Christopher Buncher. Sorry, Taylor Dow.
Okay.
Happy to answer any questions you may have. Been operating on a temporary permit. I believe that we're here because the premises had a troubled past. These two
Yes.
operators have been operating.
And the prior licensee is the landlord.
Yes, one of the principals of the prior licensee took a piece of of that establishment, correct?
And he's now just the landlord.
Just the
He's
landlord.
not involved in your operations, right?
Absolutely not.
Okay. You've been operating on a temp?
Correct.
Okay,
With
no
no
problems,
issues.
right?
None
No
whatsoever.
issues.
These two gentlemen have been licensed for over 20 years, 14 years, I'm sorry, at different locations without a single disciplinary.
Okay, that's good. So you have an agreement with the community board and they say that you must do dinner service? Is that okay?
do.
Okay. All right, so are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. They say 4 PM to 11 PM?
No,
Right?
I don't believe so, no.
Community board, Monday through Friday, 4 AM to 11 PM, Saturday, Sunday, 2 AM, no live music, security guards.
No, it says open no later than 4 PM Monday to Friday and open by 11 AM Saturday, Sunday, closed by 2 AM Sunday to Wednesday and 4 AM Thursday to Saturday.
Correct.
No live music, security guard as needed. No third-party promoters. What about private events?
Occasionally.
Occasional, I'm gonna put
I believe
twenty-four,
there's a number in the step.
6 per year. Okay, that's right, 6 private events. Okay, that's fine. Wait, it actually says recorded DJ, 1 security guard, 1 manager. That's right?
Yeah, we may have more than one manager, but that's,
Okay. You okay?
Yeah.
Recorded music.
Okay, so I'm gonna vote in the affirmative, adopting all of the community board's conditions. Adding no third-party promoters. Okay, thank you.
I also vote to approve with the same conditions.
Thank you.
I'm sorry for the long wait. Here.
Next is 22 JJD Group LLC.
We have to really consider doing a liquor store day. Maybe like, I don't know.
Still Frank Palillo, and I'm joined by
Because those are so crazy long.
Hi, guys.
Wait, number 20?
22.
Oops.
Your name.
Eric Cruvant.
So an offer and compromise before you.
Second time with the Bisnable beer.
No.
Adverse.
Second time with the mislabeled taps, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the pre-mixing.
The pre-mixing was different. The first time was batches. This was a tap system that we've since discontinued.
Okay. You should take a look at where your warning signs are, and whether your ad bar has the proper license posted. Just take a look at your signage.
You corrected it, right?
And
Yeah.
make it compliant. No, just take a look at it, sir.
Yeah, will do.
Since you have no history, I'm going to vote to accept 2,500.
I concur, 2,500.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next is 19, that's CFA Holdings EH LLC.
For the last time, Frank Palillo. And I'm joined by
Frank's Leon.
so an offer and compromise before you.
We have a history here from on 11/10/2019, 12/1/2019, January 1st, 2020, July 5th, 2021, July 3rd, 2021, July 4th, 2021, sounds like the whole 4th of July weekend, July 23rd, 2021, September 4th, 2021, September 3rd, 2021, sounds again like another long weekend, August 12th, 2022. Noise complaint at 2:08 a.m. License for 7 years.
Obviously, Commissioner, we've corrected all of those problems, paid the fines. This particular one is troublesome because there was difficulty with the sound equipment that the police used, wasn't working properly. Seriously considered trying the case, but I'm not. We just want to dispose it and enjoy our summer.
What time are you supposed to operate until? Why is it noted that this is happened at 2:08? What is the significance of that?
I'm not sure, before we have a 4 a.m. license.
You have a 4 a.m. license, okay. Loud music. All right, look, you've been here a lot, so you got to get it under control here. Don't get any violations this summer. Are you okay with?
I was thinking that. Based on all this looks like problems on long weekends, like the July 4th weekend, and then what's that, the Memorial
I
Day
know,
weekend?
they're uber sensitive though. Noise complaint of loud music. Reading.
This is East Hampton. Where do you live, sir?
In East Hampton.
All right, I'm gonna accept 2,000. No loud music, please, this summer.
Yeah, your
Just-
neighbors are getting pissed. I will accept 2,000 also.
Enjoy the holiday roll.
You too. Thank you.
Next is 29, FRONLINE Center Incorporated.
29. Oh my God, what a crazy day.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Patrick Agard, and I'm here representing Frontline Center Incorporated, and it's for a method of change application.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. With the community board support, and you currently already have karaoke recorded DJ, no promoters, no private events, and no dancing. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Yes.
You're the licensee?
Yes.
Okay. Since you have been in good compliance, I'm going to vote to approve 4 a.m. across the board.
I also vote to approve.
All right, and with, you know, just the voluminous entertainment methods, you know, when you need, if you need, do hire licensed security guards, please. Okay? All right, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next is 62 Bar Burger Corp.
Good evening, everyone. So, my name is Sandra Hong. I'm representing Bar Burger Corp. I'm here on my right. She's Rocio Rios Villegas. And also, I brought the husband, Israel Tejes Herreros, as a witness. So, I understand that one of the questions the examiner had, whether or not I have any connections with the prior licensee of the establishment, which I was shocked.
Right.
They asked that question because we submitted all the affidavits, notarized, but was back in October 2023. So I tried to comply everything they asked for. And to my surprise, we had to come to the board regarding that question. So I also brought Mr. Tejes Herreros to testify he had no connections with a private licensee. He never worked at that establishment before. And also, if I'm not mistaken, the license was canceled back in 2021. And then back then, during the pandemic, Mr. Israel actually was unemployed for a couple years. And when Rocio Rios, she actually signed the lease, pretty much she's been managing the business the whole time. But Mr. Israel, he's been working like on the last summer, 2023, in a Mexican restaurant that's nearby on 90th Street and Roosevelt Avenue since then. Pretty much like all we can say, we comply with everything with all affidavits indicating he had no connection with private licensee. And also I would like you to take in consideration that we've been working with a temporary permit for over a year or so. And we didn't have any complaints with the police department. We complied with administration. There were no complaints, no noises, and the commuter board even accepted our petition for the beer and wine license application.
Okay.
Right.
Are you okay with it? Okay. So you have no complaints on the temp. This is a good cost standard because it's not a liquor license. It's not a full liquor. It's just restaurant wine. Also, Community Board 4 in Queens have given their green light with these stipulations. Closing at 4 a.m. across the board, recorded DJ karaoke, music, and no rear yard for anything.
That's correct.
Kitchen will be open from open to close. Alcohol service will end 1 hour before closing.
Yes.
And are you going to be managing the operations?
He doesn't understand English, but I can ask.
Yeah, you ask him.
No, he's not.
He's not going to be managing.
Just me.
Okay. All right. You have a manager?
Right now, I am managing the place.
Right now, you're managing the place. Are you going to hire a manager?
For now, no.
For now, no. Okay. All right. If he's going to be operating there, you know, and helping you with the business, it's allowed. Just file a personal questionnaire for him.
Right.
I am, otherwise I'm going to vote to approve.
I also want to note that we did get the petitions and letters of support that you submitted, so I'm also going to vote to approve.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in.
Next is 38 White Horse Hospitality LLC.
Hello again, everybody. Matt Colton with Hellron Levy LLP, representing White Horse Hospitality LLC. This is CNC offer of $4,600. This was from one notice of pleading. There were 3 separate alleged violations. One was sale to a minor, one was unlabeled beer taps, and one was not hanging the pregnancy sign correctly.
So you guys come here often enough that you should be providing me with information about how you're going to fix the problems or show me that you have fixed the problem. I don't see anything in your submission.
So yes, I've been told that the pregnancy sign has been hung. That was just a simple oversight, and the taps were being installed and new, and they are now labeled correctly. I am happy to send over photos. I just have to get that from the licensee themselves. As for the sale to minor, they have full security staff. This is a fairly busy place. It was a simple oversight, and they're working to train whoever would serve them.
I know, but that's not an answer, right? You know that this is really busy. We can't keep track of everybody.
No,
It's not. That's pretty much unacceptable. We're like on the same ballpark.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna counter at 7,500. Submit pictures of all the fixes. And I need written information about a IP
Security
checking
upgrade. Yeah.
plan.
Understood.
I'm not gonna require you to have a scanner, but you need to present something that we can hold the establishment accountable, because there is a lot of history here.
Got it.
All right, thank
I
you.
concur with 7,500.
So do you want the photos of the fixes and security plan to be part of that counter offer
Yes,
too?
yes.
Got it. Understood.
Thank you.
Should be me again, so I won't go too far.
Yep, 48 211 Reserve LLC.
Matt Colton again with Hellron Levy LLP. This application has been in review for quite some time. However, we did request a layover for today. We got significant opposition when we followed up with the
You
SOA.
mean a holdover?
A holdover, yeah, sorry.
All right, 718.
Amazing, thank you.
You're gonna get something from the community board?
718, okay with
718 is fine.
So the community board outright rejected this. We just wanted a chance to respond to the opposition letters that you guys got.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Next is 28 Broadway Tavern, Inc. 20.
20. Number 20?
Yes. Yep.
For 8 Broadway Tavern, Christopher Gamoka, G-O-M-O-K-A, Lower Officer V. Roy Cacciatore. I have with me Mr. Brian Lewis, the principal, 8 Broadway. This is our
Okay,
application.
this is a default.
It's just our application. There was some confusion. We've been in touch with counsel's office on another matter, case 11236. We had believed they were joined up for purposes of a global
There is
disposition.
another item?
We were dealing with another matter, 11236. I believe originally Mr. Cacciatore was dealing with Mr. Amarato on that matter. And they were supposed to be joined. This matter somehow got defaulted. So we're respectfully requesting that the
All right,
default be
I'm
opened.
I'm sorry you came all the way here and waited all this time for this to go back to counsel's office.
Back to
Sorry.
council.
If there's another joint, I don't have the documentation for that today, so I can't determine the global.
That one's already being worked on and we have
Okay.
potential disposition on that. We're just asking that the default on this matter be opened and they be joined.
I know, but I don't have the documentation for that, and he just retired if you were listening at the beginning, so someone else is gonna have to take over the case, and
Okay, thank you.
thank you. Sorry.
Next is 27 Bubbles Posh Pizza Inc.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Terrence Flynn. I am the attorney for the applicant. Shamika Rosario is the principal who is here with me. The reason that this matter was sent up to the board is 7 years ago, the licensee that was in this location had their license revoked. We went to the community board on this application. The community board asked us to change our original application for an OP to an RW, which we consented to do, knowing the previous history at this location. We have operated for 11 months under a temporary permit without any incident whatsoever. The premise is set up with 14 tables and 28 seats, one bar with only 7 bar stools at it. The hours are during the week till Thursday, 9 a.m. to 11 p.m., and Friday and Saturday, 9 a.m. to midnight. It truly is being operated as a restaurant. There have been no problems at this location since we have operated it as a restaurant. My understanding is the previous establishment was run more as a bar, a late night, and they were having a lot of problems at that location.
Yeah, I just had one question about, I see that the community board was notified January 1st, 2023. Did you ever get a response?
We went to the community board, but they didn't give us a stipulation. They just asked us that if we could please change our application to an RW instead of a full on-premise license, operate for a year, show them that we can, operate without any difficulties, then we were welcome to come back to them for an OP application. As it is right now, we've been 11 months under the temp without any incidents whatsoever.
Okay. I'm going to vote to approve. Midnight across the board, recorded music only, no third-party promoters, no private party.
That's acceptable, thank you.
I also vote to approve with those same conditions.
Thank you very much, and have a
Thank you.
very nice 4th of July holiday.
Oh, you too. Thanks for coming in.
No problem.
Next is 26 Seba Trade Inc.
26.
26.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Teddy Gonzalez. The principal is Mustafa Al Khan. We currently filed for an on-premise license, and we're up here because he received a violation at his establishment during COVID.
Yeah, because the prior licensee was summarily suspended for COVID violations at this location, right? But it wasn't him.
No.
No.
Yeah, then it wasn't him, no.
Right, that's right. Okay. What are your hours?
10 a.m. to 1 a.m., 7 days a week.
Do you have community board input?
No, we notified them, but they didn't respond to us.
They did not respond to you?
No.
They were notified March 29, 2024.
What do you think? Are you okay? Okay, I'm gonna vote to approve 1 a.m. across the board, recorded music only, no third-party promoters, no private events.
Thank you very much. Have a good holiday, everyone.
Thank you very much.
I vote to approve with the same conditions.
Okay. Next is 63 Something Short LLC.
Oh my gosh.
Morning, good afternoon, members. Harry Nathan Callion, attorney for the applicant. This is Alon Kotorski. We appeared last month, and it was held over so that we could get information about these complaints you had on file. We did submit a response to that. We can explain it. The individual who was submitting these complaints was a former partner not involved in this establishment. The applicant is a newly minted attorney, and this former partner has been maliciously litigating against him. He's interfered with his his new legal job. He's You know, there's just a lot of stuff.
Interview with whose legal job?
Well, he's been interfering with this application, filing complaints. He has no information. He's not involved in this business. They're in litigation. He's really tortuously interfering with this business. They were in litigation. They had a resolution. He sued him for breach of that negotiated settlement agreement. So that's what those complaints were. At least when we appeared, you said that those were the complaints on the
Is the
record.
litigation still pending?
The litigation was resolved through a negotiated settlement agreement, but he sued for breach of that. They're resolving that now. I don't know the exact history, but I think it's resolved. They're resolving it now, but he has nothing to do with this license whatsoever.
Any stays or orders issued by that court that would affect his license?
Right.
Are there any?
There are none. No, none.
No, and the initial lawsuit was dismissed with prejudice as well.
And counsel said that you're a newly minted attorney. Are you going to be working here on the premises as a principal? Are you going to hire a manager? Are you going to continue? Are you going to practice law? What are you going to do?
Yeah, so we've already hired management, and my brother, who's my partner, is a chef with 10 years of experience. So he's running the front and also our culinary program.
Okay. So Lon does all the back of house. He does all the books, the financial accounting, and potentially the legal. They also were approved by the community board. The complaints on the record were previous, the former establishment, and that's what those resolutions were in the STIPs. They were to resolve the complaints that the community had, and then they approved this application, and that was in February of 2023.
Here's the fact. There's complaint on the record about you serving on June 23rd, 23. And you said last time that you had applied for a bunch of caterers license, and we've looked at the record, and there was no permit that was issued for June 23rd.
June 23rd was they had a third-party caterer that they had hired, and this is outlined in our letter. It was a third-party caterer.
Else was serving there.
Who
I mean, look,
obtained-
you have a bunch of these, so, I can sit here and nickel and dime you and look at the dates and get all caught up in the details, but I respect that at least you have some. I think licensing leadership feels that also that you maybe not have that exact date, but at least you were diligent in trying to be in compliance with the authorities' rules. So I think you get some credit for that. Look, you have someone relatively malicious that's sort of watching, so whatever happens, I would really stick to the books here. Because from our experiences, phantom letters will keep coming in, right?
He's been operating in full compliance, the full restaurant. They've had they're a great establishment, much different than the prior licensee.
So when you apply for 8 private events per month, then it feels to me like basically you're a private club operation. So can you adjust that request? Because we can do 1 a month.
We're not we don't do a lot of private parties by any means.
They won't be applying for that at all.
No,
It's in the application. It says 8 private events per month.
So the original I believe that's in the community board stipulations. There's not going to be any. I mean, they could.
Okay, so I'm going to take that away. How's that?
Great.
You want 1 per month? Just in case you have a birthday party, or you don't even want 1?
Yes.
Yeah, that would be great, please.
Okay, what do you think? Are you okay? All right, so these are the conditions I have written down for Community Board 3 in Manhattan. It's 2 a.m. across the board, security on Thursday to Saturday, no DJ, no live music. It's recorded music only, no karaoke, no jukebox, no dancing. One private event per month and no third-party promoter.
Commissioner?
I approve with those conditions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Next is 49, 2007, Melanie Deli and Grocery Corp.
Sam Parks, I'm representative. I'm here for pleading for CNC offer 3,500.
Wait, 49?
49. Yeah.
49.
Yeah, okay.
But this is surrendered.
Right.
And this went.
No,
and this is
surrender
not
means
guilty.
we did a class change to AX to eating place beers.
Class change application from a grocery store to.
This is from 2019.
Was
What is
approved
going on?
July 2021. So you say, so it was, and
So
the same
current-
date, we have the same date for the surrender.
No,
July
cur-
19, 2021.
Currently, right now, they're operating the eating and place beer license operating right now.
I understand. All right, so, sorry, I'm gonna, 3,100?
3,500.
I'm gonna do 3,100.
Thank you.
Well, it's a hearing, so sustain. ALJ
Yeah, I'm gonna
the
sustain the two charges, 3,100.
Okay. Yeah, I concur.
Thank you.
All
31.
right, thanks.
Next is 50, Edge of Astoria, Inc. It's another not guilty.
Sam Park representative. This is Attorney Samantha Siegel taking care of this case, and then she suddenly is no longer holding this case. So if you give any offer, best offer to.
You want me to make an offer or you want to make an offer?
This is 50?
50.
If you give the best offer, I'll take it.
Where are you at? I was at,
Licensee did not appear at the hearing. You submitted documentation on his behalf?
No,
Premises closed, no longer, no liquor bottles seen.
no, it was at the time it's a pandemic, and then they closed the business.
Next business said they've been closed for 2 years.
Yes, and then they reopened since last year, 2003, around April, and currently they're operating right now.
do they need to change their method of operation? What do you want? Do you want them to come here?
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Okay, can you bring them next time?
Bring the owner?
Yeah,
Okay.
17th?
yeah.
Over to-
All right,
I mean,
thank you.
18th.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right, Jonathan, I have nothing else. Is there? Okay. All right, speed round.
All right,
4 is an offer of 6,500.
6,500.
Okay, hold on. All right, what number?
4.
4. 6,500 is fine.
6 is an offer of 7,500.
I had 15. What do we got here?
That was a
Multiple-
cancel.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
7 was held over to July 18th prior to the meeting. 8, we just granted, Secretary's Office granted adjournment to July 18th.
Great. 718. Okay.
12 is an offer for 4,000.
Not a restaurant throwing various parties after the
I said
restaurant.
cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
13 is an offer of 2,500.
I had 5.
This was really problematic. Yeah, 5.
5,000.
5,000.
5,000.
14 is an offer of 1,000.
1,000.
1,000.
15 is an offer of 3,200.
3,200.
3,200.
16 is a no contest default at pleading.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
18 is an offer of 6,500.
This was going back to council's office?
That was Joe's grocery.
Okay, this is not it? Okay, 6,500.
6,500.
21 is an offer of 2,000.
Wait. The reason why I said that is because there is, on the note, it says there's a failure to notify change in fact charge that is yet to be disposed. So don't you want to combine these? Okay, back to council's office on 18, please. Donald.
Commissioner?
Back to council.
Wonder where that is. Okay. Return CO. 21 is an offer of 2,000.
I'm gonna lower this to 5.
You want to do 5? I was going to go to 1,000. You want to do 5?
Whatever you want.
5 is good. 500.
500.
23 was held over to 718. 24 and 25 is a change in method of operation and an alteration application.
They can come in next time.
Okay. So over to 718?
Yes.
718.
So 30 is a change in method of operation application.
Sneaky little devils.
30 is a change in method of operation application.
This is same. Same.
Same thing? Okay.
Yeah, bring them in.
Okay. Commissioner, you okay with that? 37 is a no contest default at pleading.
This is going back to council's office.
The council.
39 is an offer of 3,500.
Oh, wow, this is bad. Serving at 7:30 in the morning. Guy shoots himself outside.
The wristband from the club.
Yeah, we can either bring them in or we can go up. We're on the same page, so what do you decide?
All right, 5,000?
5,000.
So 40, we received an email from the attorney. They want to work with counsel's office on a CNC, but they cannot appear today. This was a default.
Okay, back to counsel's office number 40, please.
Back to council.
41 was held over to 718. 42 was held over to 718.
Wait, that says 8-7.
8-7, that's my fault.
Yeah, I have 8-7.
So that is 42 was held over to August 7th. 45, we actually received an email from the representative saying they're withdrawing the application. For 45.
Okay. Withdrawn.
51 was a default at hearing.
I'm at cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
With the charges sustained.
Sure.
Yes.
Yes. Sustaining charges 1, 2, and 3.
52 is an offer of 3,500.
3,500. Wait.
Bartender punch the patron.
Bartender is a New York State correction officer.
With 4 felony complaints, hate crime. He was
With
also in
cocaine.
possession of cocaine. Oh, man. Bartender was terminated. All right. The hell did he get hired? What a nightmare.
All right, we'll keep an eye on this place. I'll accept 3,500.
35.
53 is an offer of 5,000.
5,000.
5,000.
So 54. So we received an email. This person was actually here today, but they forgot their ID. And could not get in.
Shit.
So they.
718.
Yeah.
54.
54. Commissioner, you're okay with that?
Yes. That's fine.
55 is an offer of 5,000. And council's office requests withdrawal of charge 5.
Okay, noise, 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 noise.
This one. I mean, they are expired and I think they're closed.
Right.
All right, I'll accept 5,000.
5,000.
All right, we're done.
And then, yep, 61 was withdrawn prior to the meeting. So I have nothing else.
61 is withdrawn. Okay.
Meeting is over.